Just a reminder to those participating via phone and not a tablet or laptop, you'll need to mute your phone and then unmute yourself to talk. So you'll be unmuted from the back end of the call, but you'll need to mute your phone yourself. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and get started in about 60 seconds. Thank you. The June 4th, 2020 special meeting of the Monroe County Legislature will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll? Mr. Alcoffer.
Here.
Mr. Alcoffer is here. Mr. Ansello. Ms. Barnhart.
Here.
Ms. Barnhart is here. Mr. Baroth.
Here.
Mr. Baroth is here. Mr. Baines.
Here.
Mr. Baines is present. Ms. Boyce.
Here.
Ms. Boyce is present. Mr. Brew.
Here.
Mr. Brew is present. President Carbone. Here. Carbone is present. Mr. Delahanty.
Here.
Mr. Delahanty is present. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Here.
Mrs. DeFlorio is present. Mr. Dondorfer.
Here.
Mr. Dondorfer is present. Mr. Felder.
Here.
Mr. Felder is present. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Here.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell is present. Ms. Hassman.
Here.
Hassman is present. Mr. Hebert.
Here.
Mr. Hebert is present. Mr. Keofet Lassie.
Here.
Mr. Keofet Lacey is present. Ms. Lamar.
Here.
Ms. Lamar is present. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, I believe you're muted right now. If you're able to unmute. Come back to Mr. Lee. Mr. Mafucci.
Here.
Mr. Mafucci is here. Mr. Marionetti.
Here.
Mr. Marinetti is here. Mr. Morelli.
Here.
Mr. Morelli is here. Ms. Roman.
Here.
Ms. Roman is here. Mr. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Lee is here. Ms. Smith. Here. Ms. Taylor.
Here.
Taylor is here. Mr. Turp.
Here.
Mr. Turp is here. Cox.
Here.
Cox is here. Mr. Wilt.
Here.
Mr. Wilt is here. Mr. Udelson.
Here.
Mr. Udelson is here. Mr. Zale.
Here.
Mr. Zale is here. Mr. Ansello? Working through some technical issues with Mr. Ansello, but he'll announce his presence when he joins the meeting.
You want to go back to Ansello? I mean, Lee?
Mr. Lee, I recall Mr. Lee, and he was here, was present.
We will need to suspend the rules of the legislature for the purpose of prohibiting public in-person attendance in accordance with Executive Order 202.1 issued by Governor Andrew M. Cuomo on March 12, 2020. You have a motion before you which is moved by Legislator Brew and seconded by Legislator Zale. This is a non-debatable motion. All in
Mr.
favor,
President?
say aye.
Mr.
No.
President?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Roll call vote.
Yes.
we have a roll call vote, please.
Okay, roll call vote.
Brew.
Yes.
Mr. Felder. Mr. Felder.
Excuse me, yes.
Mr. Alcoffer.
Yes.
Mr. Ansello. Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Mr. Brough.
No.
Mr. Baines.
No.
Ms. Boyce.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Delahanty.
Yes.
Mr. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer.
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Yes.
Ms. Hassman.
No.
Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Keofit Lacey.
Yes.
Lamar.
Yes.
Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci.
No.
Mr. Marinetti.
Yes.
Mr. Morelli.
No.
Ms. Roman.
No.
Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. Turp.
Yes.
Wilcox.
No.
Gonna wait for the static to die down. sorry, Mr. Wilt,
Yes.
Mr. Udelson,
No.
Mr. Zale,
Yes.
President Carbone.
Yes.
19 to 9, I just need a moment to confer with the president before we declare the vote.
Point of order, Mr. President. Don't we not have enough votes for this meeting to continue?
Point of order. We require
hold on one
require
second.
20 votes.
Hold on, tell him to.
Just 1 second, please.
Point of order, call the vote, please.
Minute recess. We have to look something up.
Might I suggest we just do this next week like we should?
Through you,
19
Mr.
to
President,
9.
can we have
19 to 9, motion.
opinion?
Okay,
opinion
Legislator
from
Morelli,
the,
19 to 9, motion
from
to
the law
suspend the rules.
office?
Hold on, Legislator Morelli. Legislator Morelli, you're out of order. Go ahead.
19 to 9, motion to suspend the rules fails.
Okay, the motion to suspend the rules of the legislature for the purpose of prohibiting a public in-person attendance in accordance with Executive Order 202.1 issued by Governor Andrew M. Cuomo fails.
Meeting's now open to the
The
public.
meeting is now open to the public.
Proceed.
Please join me in a moment of silent prayer. Please join Legislator Mike Zale as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okey dokey.
Through you, Mr. President.
Right. Yes, Mr. Baines.
No, we're moving on.
We're moving on to the meeting. I call this special meeting of the legislature.
Mr. President, point of order.
What's your point of order?
Mr. President, aren't we at this point now violating open meetings laws? Since the motion to suspend the rules has failed, I'd like to ask an opinion of the county law department.
No, I don't think we're in violation of the open meeting law, and I don't need that opinion by the county attorney.
All due respect, Mr. President, you're not an attorney. I'd like an attorney to weigh in.
Yeah, but I decided we don't do that.
Mr.
Chair,
President,
can you
I'm here.
appeal would you like to appeal my?
I appeal the ruling of the
Legislator
chair.
Attorney's opinion now.
Okay.
excuse me, Mr. President, Mr. President, I believe Legislator
Yes,
Legislator Ansello is here now.
I'm here.
Yes, he is.
Roll call vote, Mr. President.
Okay, would you like to renew your motion now that all the legislators are here?
Yes, I would like to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay. Hey, I don't believe you have a second, Legislator Morelli.
Second,
Who's
Second.
that from?
Legislator Baines.
Okay, Legislator Blaine, second the motion. Let's go to a roll call vote.
A yes sustains the ruling of the president. Mr. Brew,
Yes.
Mr. Felder,
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer,
Yes.
Mr. Ansello,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
No.
Mr. Broff,
No.
Mr. Baines,
No.
Ms. Boyce,
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty,
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio, Mrs. DeFlorio, Mr. Dondorfer,
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Hassman,
No.
Mr. Hebert,
Yes.
Mr. Keofet Lacey,
Yes.
Ms. Lamar, Ms. Lamar, Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci,
Yes.
No.
Mr. Marionetti,
Yes.
Mr. Morelli,
No.
Ms. Roman,
No.
Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Terp,
Yes.
I'm back on.
Mr. Wilcox, Mr. Wilcox,
No. No.
Mr. Wilt,
Yes.
Mr. Udelson,
No.
What happened?
Zale,
Yes.
President Carbone.
Yes.
Didn't record votes for Mrs. DeFlorio,
Yes.
and Ms. Lamar.
Yes.
Yes. 20-9, the president's ruling sustained.
Okay, I call this special meeting.
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Okay, roll call vote.
Just to clarify, is this renewing the original motion to suspend the rules?
Yes.
And that's moved by Legislator Brew. Was it seconded by Legislator DeFlorio?
That
Roll call vote.
Legislator Boyce. Thank you.
Mr. Boyce for the second. Mr. Brew,
Yes.
Mr. Felder,
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer,
Yes.
Mr. Ansello,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
No.
Mr. Broff,
No.
Mr. Baines,
No.
Ms. Boyce,
Yes.
Delahanty,
Yes.
DeFlorio,
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer,
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Hassman,
No.
Mr. Hebert,
Yes.
Tia Lacey,
Yes.
Ms. Lamar,
Yes.
Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Mafucci,
No.
Mr. Marionetti,
Yes.
Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Taylor?
Yeah.
Mr. Terp?
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Mr. Wilt?
Yes.
Mr. Udelson?
No.
Mr. Zale?
Yes.
President Carbone?
Yes.
29, motion to suspend the rules passes.
Okay, thank you. I called the special meeting of the legislature pursuant to the authority vested in me as president of the Monroe County Legislature by section C2-9C1 of the county charter and section 545-5 of the rules of the legislature of the county of Monroe. This meeting has been closed to the public and all legislators are participating via teleconference in accordance with Executive Order 202.1. In keeping with the legislature's tradition of openness, the meeting is being live streamed on YouTube through the legislature's official channel. Everyone participating via video or teleconference will please mute their devices except to obtain the floor or cast a vote. If seeking to obtain the floor, please simply state your name and wait for me to call on you before proceeding with your question or statement. The clerk will read the full title of each resolution and referral to avoid any confusion as to which item is before the legislature. We will now hold the public forum. Mr. Clerk, please.
We had numerous people submit written email comment. Those comments will be read with the same rules that govern the legislature's public forum. They'll be held to a 2-minute time limit. There was one comment submitted from an anonymous email address that won't be read as it contained explicit language. If a legislator wishes to see the comment, it can be provided to them outside the confines of the meeting. Our first email comes from Scott Belize. I'm writing today to register my dismay that the legislature is considering overturning County Executive Adam Bell's veto of the above motion. I believe that increasing the county taxpayers' burden to the tune of $500,000 a year without providing meaningful explanation or evidence for the need for these new positions is fiscally irresponsible, especially in today's economic climate. The county has worked so hard to cut costs amid plummeting revenues. I would ask the legislature reconsider overriding the veto, and particularly in a special session without time for the public to receive full accounting of the reasoning behind creating new positions on the Board of Elections in a time of fiscal peril for the county. Our next email comes from Leslie Seltzer. I oppose the veto override and stand in agreement with County Executive Bell's decision to not fund these inflated positions. It is ridiculous any time to create yet another burden for taxpayers that is not needed. But in this time of the pandemic, especially when all municipalities are being stretched to their limits, let the veto stand and save taxpayers the extra $500,000 for the unwarranted positions. Next email comes from Joni DeTalio. It is truly a disgrace to have our political representatives at such a challenged and sad time in our history try to manipulate our governing body monetarily to hire people we do not need and cannot afford. Please rethink your position for the sake of the people of Monroe County. Will we never find the kind of moralistic people we need to govern our counties and cities? Hasn't enough damage been done already? It just can't be about partisanship. Are we now better than this? How can we ever succeed with all this childish behavior in play? Next email comes from Gail Irwin. This time of community crisis, I cannot support the creation of 6 new undeveloped, unresearched, unexplored jobs. There is not a need to create jobs unless they are well thought out and well understood with documentation of the community on what the purpose would be. Next email comes from Cook. I oppose the County Legislature's override of Adam Bell's veto of a measure that would create 6 political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. This measure would incur a $500,000 tax increase and does not warrant value of the positions in Monroe County. Next email comes from Megan Vesecchio. I do not agree with the desire to override the Monroe County Executive Adam Bellows placed against a move that would increase Monroe County taxes by $500,000. This is unethical. The measure you're attempting to take would be ineffective and expensive at the cost of the residents of the county. Do not override this decision Adam Bellow made. Next email comes from Mark Steele. I'm writing to voice my support for County Executive Bellows' veto of the legislation creating new board election positions. Information about and justification for these positions has been woefully lacking. If there's a true need for these positions, I suggest that legislators take their time and make the case to the public. This should include creating job descriptions before bringing this to a vote. To do otherwise leaves the impression that this is merely about political patronage and would not the best interest of county residents. I'm a resident of Arundel Court represented by Dr. Carbone. I urge Dr. Carbone and all legislators not to override this veto. Next email comes from Patricia Shern Thompson. I support County Executive Adam Bellow in opposing the veto to override. It is not necessary to add professional staff at this time. Our budget is tight due to the virus and expenses related to seasonal workers. 23, I believe, have been added to meet the demands by voting by mail. If need be, hire more seasonal workers. Just pausing to allow a legislator back into the meeting. Next email comes from Loretta Mueller. I am a citizen of Monroe County and I steadfastly agree with Adam Bellow that we should not be creating these highly paid positions on the Board of Elections. I oppose the actions of the legislature to override his veto. Next email comes from Lois Houlihan. Please do not override this bill tonight. Give time to understand the consequences of this. Next, Carol Schwab, members of the Monroe County Legislature. I am full support of Adam Bellow's veto of the new supervisor positions. Don't override without public input. Next comes from Suzanne. I oppose the veto override. Our taxes are too high now. Email comes from Amanda Diedrich. I oppose the veto override that would allow supervisor positions to be added to the Monroe County Board of Elections. Next email comes from Tara Dumont. I wish to express my support for Adam Bellow and remove the new positions created for the Board of Elections. Please read this at the board meeting. Next email comes from Dorothy Roach. As a resident of Monroe County, I strongly object to the hiring of 6 managers at the Monroe County Board of Elections until those jobs are defined and the need for the positions is justified. I'm very disturbed that this proposal is being pushed through without a proper review. I have worked at the high levels of Fortune 500 companies and startups. I've never heard of an action like this. Please stop spending tax dollars on unproven needs. Susan Roof, please do not override the veto signed by the Monroe County Executive. Now is not the time to be raising the taxes and giving your political allies jobs when many are struggling. Where are the job descriptions and the time to have public discourse? Next email comes from Mark and Bethany Oyer. As residents of Monroe County, constituents of Legislator Ed Wilt, we respectfully and strongly request that you do not override County Executive Bellow's veto of Motion 20-0199. The proposal to create 6 new administrative positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. We understand and agree with you that securing free and fair elections is of vital importance. However, the proposal for these new positions was not given sufficient time or process to properly determine the need for these positions, let alone explain how the positions would promote such freedom and fairness in our democracy. In fact, this measure has been rushed forward so hastily that proponents of it have failed to even identify and explain the job responsibilities, let alone justify the position, $500,000 per year ongoing expense for us taxpayers and your constituents. Please respect a fair and transparent democratic process and let the County Executive Bellow veto stand. Yes, the election this year will place undue extreme health circumstances with unprecedented numbers of absentee ballots. To address this increase, the county administration has already worked with the Board of Elections to nearly triple the number of seasonal employees at the board. If additional supervisory roles at the board are thought to also be needed, perhaps a much smaller number of temporary supervisor positions could be created to assist with the election process during the COVID-19 crisis this year only. We're all facing this health crisis together, and hopefully it will pass by next year, allowing most of us to go back to voting in person in future years. As the COVID-19 crisis is likely temporary, it is extremely illogical, not to mention fiscally irresponsible, to create new permanent Board of Elections supervisor positions in any number, not to mention 6, using the pandemic as justification. Without any additional BOE supervisory positions may or may not be needed, a fair and transparent process must be followed to make the determination, ensure sound budgeting, and promote free elections and democracy for all the people of Monroe County. Please support such ideals and do not override the veto of Motion 20-0199. Thank you for your time. Susan Gradensky. I oppose the county just voting people into the Board of Elections without the public voting on who we want. I oppose the board raising taxes on citizens for high-paid salaries who are friends. I oppose tax. Email comes from Beverly. I agree with Adam Bello to not add new positions at a time and cost that's unfair to the community who's struggling to recover from the past months of quarantine. Unfair, so please consider the people and financial strain on us. Kit Schlager. I support the county executive's veto of the proposal to create 6 more BOE jobs at a cost of $500,000. We do not need 6 more commissioners. If you need people to count ballots, hire contractors at $15 per hour for the day or 2 per year that more counters are required. No, 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 times 10 to the 5th power. King. I am writing to express my sincere disappointment upon hearing of the consideration to override County Executive Adam Bello's veto of the BOE positions. With the decrease in tax revenues related to COVID-19 crisis, along with the anticipated cuts in funding from all levels of government, the proposal to create 6 new positions at an annual cost of $500,000 is absolutely appalling. Please don't waste our limited financial resources on this utter nonsense. The county residents are counting on you to do the right thing. Kendra Evans. Monroe County legislators, thank you for your service. As a Monroe County resident and leader of the Pittsburgh Democratic Committee, I strongly oppose the creation of these 6 new positions as a matter of urgency. First, it's fiscally irresponsible to put additional burden upon taxpayers amid widespread unemployment and budget shortfalls. Secondly, the personnel should not be added without job descriptions, need analysis, etc. Lastly, it's a terror to subvert the democratic process and therefore Monroe County voters by declaring the creation of these positions matters of urgency. Residents are entitled to free, fair, and open elections. Residents deserve an ethical, efficient, and appropriately staffed Board of Elections. Due diligence has not been done to demonstrate how 6 rush supervisor positions at taxpayers' expenses ensure the integrity of Monroe County elections. I urge all legislators to vote against the creation of these positions in this matter. Ryan Pythorn. I am writing about the veto override tonight, scheduled for tonight. I think it sets a bad precedent to add more wasteful patronage positions to county government, especially when one of the parties represented by the Board of Elections has not even chosen someone to be their elections commissioner. I respectfully ask the legislature to reconsider this idea. The county is already in a budget deficit as it is. We need cash influx, not wasteful cash outflows. Karen LaBraco. People of Monroe County deserve good government. The Board of Elections deserves care and responsible consideration of how to operate in today's world, not a ran-through plan. Reagan Willoughby. We do not need 6 proposed new positions in Monroe County Board of Elections, and frankly, we cannot afford it in these chaotic times. Please do not override Adam Bello's veto. Please have my comments read into the record at tonight's meeting. Kristen Davis. I oppose the veto override. Kathleen Moore. I support the county executive's veto of the request for 6 new supervisory positions. This is not time to add additional burdens to our taxpayers. P.S. I generally vote for it. Teresa McFarland Porter. I commend my county legislators who are standing strong for good government. The underhanded bullying behavior of the legislators pushing through their irresponsible plan for the Board of Elections is shameful. Sarah Savano. I am writing to express my wishes as a resident of Monroe County that you not vote to overturn County Executive Adam Bello's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 patronage jobs at the Board of Elections. Renee McNiff, please support Adam Bello's veto of the patronage plan. To go forward with this plan is foolish enough as there is no job description of what is actually needed by these new hires for the BOE, but to add the additional fiscal burden to limited taxes that are currently being collected because of the pandemic is grossly irresponsible. Please put the public good first. Brian O'Dowd, as a resident of Monroe County, I oppose the creation of 6 new positions within the Board of Elections during a time when the focus and resources should be on health, safety, welfare, and economic recovery of our community. The creation of highly compensated and undefined roles is not justified and wasteful at best. Michael Zoll. After losing the election for county executive, Republicans made a cynical attempt to strip powers from the office purely on political grounds. They blatantly attempted to override the will of the voters in our democracy, and the citizens did not stand for it. Again, Republicans are attempting another political ploy to look for their own interests and of their cronies at the expense of taxpayers. All Monroe County sees what they are doing, and also this will not stand. Diana Dudley. This is Just to let you know that I, a citizen of Monroe County since 1969, am saddened by the cheap move by the Republican Party to counter what is best for the citizens of our county. This is not the right time to increase taxes unnecessarily with the economic struggles so many families are having. The right thing and let our county do this job. Janet Gentile, I do not support the override of County Executive Adam Bella's veto of the 6 highly overpaid positions on the BOE. Let Mr. Bella do his job. Sheila Buck. My name is Sheila Buck, and I reside at 2071 Harris Road in Penfield. I am outraged that the county legislature would try a backdoor sneaky tactic to appoint more people to the Board of Elections. The county budget is strained from COVID-19. Employees are furloughed, taking pay cuts in legislature. Thinks now is the time to add positions to the budget. It's a shameful attempt to try to commandeer the process for personal gain. Check my record. I vote. Do not override the veto of an unneeded bill. Kathy O'Neill. Please do not go ahead with plans to overturn the county executive's veto of the new Board of Elections. I'm a single individual that has been always trying to do the right thing for an example. I patronize many local businesses to help the taxes for the area. It would be easier to have soup for dinner, but Joe's is such a great place and family. But with the times are tough, I am still able to work one of my jobs to do COVID-19, but who's looking out for me, and increasing taxes for me will not make a heavier burden for me personally. To say that I'm thinking of uprooting myself to a different state in a few years has gone from the back burner to the front burner lately. It just seems the richer keep getting richer and the working keep getting behind. Please don't increase our tax burden. Mackie Grumley, we elected Adam Bella for his way of running the county, not the Republican legislators. Do not override his veto. I'm concerned about the veto override taking place tonight. These positions do not have job description and do not seem necessary in light of the fact that 22 part-time positions are being created to address absentee ballots. Additionally, the county is in fiscal distress, and these positions seem completely political and unneeded. My name is Linda J. Fisher, and I live at 13 Erie Crescent Fairport. I moved to comment because we are at another emergency measure that does not seem to be an emergency at all. With regard to the paid position at the Board of Elections, I ask, what is the rush? Yes, things may need to move quickly in order to be ready to make sure our elections run smoothly. I expect that things could be done quickly, yet still include testimony from BOE personnel about why new positions are needed. Job descriptions should be provided so the legislature would be able to make sure needs testified to what would actually be met by the hires. I won't have to say it, but I will. Our government should be transparent, open, and accountable to the people it serves. We are talking about adding something like $500,000 per year under the tax burden of your constituents. As a taxpayer, I demand that you show your work and allow for discussion. Push this through over a veto from the county executive without fair hearing tends to show that something else is going on here and is here. Wish to make sure BOE is properly staffed. Lisa Minor, I oppose raising taxes to create 6 new positions at the Board of Elections. It's fiscally responsible to raise taxes during an economic crisis. My name is Kelly Reed. I'm the president and CEO of Huther Doyle Memorial Institute of Substance Abuse Disorder Clinic and lead health home for the Finger Lakes hub of HUNY Health of upstate New York. You will recognize my name as I was Commissioner of Human Services for Monroe County for 10 years under Republican County Executive Maggie Brooks. Today, I've chosen to reach out to you to express my deep and profound disappointment in your choice to recommend 6 positions be added to the Monroe County Board of Elections. These positions are highly paid and are resoundingly unnecessary, particularly at a time when our nation, our state, and our community are facing an economic downturn, the likes of which we have not seen in our generation. COVID-19 has resulted in unemployment rates at an all-time high because businesses around us are closing under the burgeoning pressures of loss of income. As you know, at this time, there is no plan for additional federal support to make our state or local governments. Without this support, essential services will be compromised and cut, causing the safety and well-being of residents of the county, your constituents, to be seriously impacted. In the interest of time, I'll speak to you specifically about my area of business, people that I presently serve. These are your constituents. These are folks who are sick because they can't presently afford healthy food, pay the co-ops for doctor's appointments, and may not even know where their next rent or mortgage will be able to come from. Most of the clients served by my agency struggle with substance abuse disorder and mental health issues. Both of these conditions thrive in isolation, and my colleagues and I expect to see surges in the need for support as the county begins to reopen. Unfortunately, we will expect the same increase in need for services will collide with a decrease in funding because of the avenues that provide governmental support, such as sales tax revenue, have reduced dramatically in recent months. Behavioral health organizations such as mine refer to the crisis our clients are facing as epidemics inside the pandemic or parallel pandemic. Legislators, I implore you to please don't allow yourselves to excuse my words because you believe that the issues I'm discussing are experienced primarily by residents of the city of Rochester and are not direct constituents of most Republican legislators. I can assure you quite the opposite is true. In fact, the recent reports for those served by Heather Doyle indicate that our suburban clientele is growing at a significant rate. Tim Pryor, I cannot think of responsible act by the county legislature in the creation of new and unnecessary county jobs. The only obvious use of new election commissioners is to pay off failures. This is a high political corruption. It must stop now. I strongly object to tonight's special meeting to override County Executive Adam Bell's veto of a measure X by half of 6 highly action. Any of our we needed to keep like our schools functioning and years to come as we deal with COVID-19 related shortfall. Taxes from action pushing should be at the top of our county's priority list. Outrage veto of fiscal responsibility to be raising our taxes by
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, Legislator Baines?
Yes. I wanted just to let Clerk Moffett know that he's breaking up, and I don't know, I'm sure the people who wrote these emails all want to make sure that they can hear them. And the last 2 emails broke up, and at least in my home computer, I couldn't hear all the words. Thank you.
Okay.
I think there's legislators that need to mute their device.
There's a lot of legislators that need to mute their devices because there's a lot of background noise. Maybe that'll help, Legislator Baines.
Point of information, I think it's Legislator Lee's phone.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Legislator.
Legislator Lee, we're going to place you on mute, but we'll be sure to take you off mute before we move on from public forum. You'll still be able to hear the public comment. Sue Smith, Clerk of the Legislature Moffett, please read the following remarks in the record at tonight's meeting of the County Legislature. Legislator Brew is one of your constituents. I strongly urge you to vote no on today's vote to add 6 new permanent supervisory positions to the Board of Elections. Since these positions would add significantly to the county budget in these already fiscal fraught times, it is incumbent on you, my representative, to justify the need for these permanent positions and provide job descriptions supporting the stated need. I understand the Board of Elections may need additional support processing absentee ballots during the time of COVID-19 precautions. If the BOE needs more support, they can write up specifically what support is needed and for how long. Temporary jobs can be created to help with the absentee requests and ballots for the pandemic this year. See how it goes and then discuss what long-term support may or may not be needed. It would seem to me the kind of support needed would most likely be clerical and processing types of jobs rather than supervisory kind of jobs. To support permanent, highly paid positions without thoughtful study and proof of need would be irresponsible and not intentional to elected term. Please vote no. Katie Short, in a time such economic distress throughout our country, state, and county, adding 6 permanent positions to the Board of Elections is completely fiscally irresponsible. I find it hard to believe that digging into our pockets to raise taxes and insinuating these positions insisting these positions are our only option to help the Board of Elections at this time. We need to all be working as a united front to solve our problems, and working to veto County Executive Adam Bell is not the answer. Continuing to add more ways to divide communities instead of coming together as a team to solve problems is never the answer, especially with the turmoil we are all in right now. I implore you to vote no on this veto override vote and show we can make a more financially responsible decision as a united front. Barbara Bouchard, I am writing to support our county by asking you not to override a county executive, Mr. Bellows' veto of the recommendation to add 6 highly paid employees to the Board of Elections. It is not appropriate for you to have a quick meeting just for the purpose of overthrowing the veto without input from the public you support like me. I'm strongly against your decision to override the veto and request that my comments are shared during the legislature meeting showing my opposition. Wayne Shipman, please enter into the record my objection to expanding any personnel at the current County Board of Elections. I agree with Adam Bello that budgets are highly challenged and that we should be doing everything that we can to reduce the county budget in light of reduced tax revenues and necessary expenditures to confront our public health crisis. Adding additional headcount to an already successful and functional department is nonsense. I would be very surprised to hear of any legitimate need that has arisen that trumps our public health challenges. Leslie A. Gagnon, I am a Monroe County resident. Let County Executive Bellows' veto stand in regard to the creation of supervisory election positions. The county can better use that money elsewhere. Think of the people, not your cronies. Sarah Kimmel, hello, I am concerned about the veto override taking place tonight. These positions do not have job descriptions and do not seem necessary in light of the fact 22 part-time positions are being created to address absentee ballots. Additionally, the county is in a fiscal distress and these positions seem completely political and unneeded. Miriam and Howard Rudnick, we oppose and override a County Executive Adam Bellows' veto of a measure that would create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. We demand better from Monroe County. Pamela Mott, I'm appalled at the decision to override Adam Bellows' veto of this attempt to provide 6 permanent supervisor positions to the election board when we have a $68 million deficit right now due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is outrageous. Adam's plan to hire additional temporary staff to deal with the mail-in ballots is more fiscally sound than the legislature's proposal. This reeks of backdoor politics. I specifically voted for Adam Bello and not for Cheryl Denolfo to get shady politics out of Monroe County. Stop the madness. I apologize. That was from Pamela Mont French. Kathleen Martucci, I'm writing this note to express my wholehearted opposition to an override of the veto by County Executive Adam Bello for legislation for the addition of 6 patronage jobs at the Board of Elections. And shame on you for holding a meeting at short notice regarding this without allowing your constituents the right they deserve to discuss and debate the topic with you. Catherine Doyle, I oppose the poorly planned move to add more staff to the Board of Elections at the time. No needs analysis, no job descriptions, no new jobs. Charles Flanagan, while I have little confidence that anyone acting tonight has any interest in upholding the will of the public, I would like to write this note in opposition to overriding the veto. This is not the time to be adding to the tax burden, especially when it comes to something like this. We do not need additional board, and this is very obviously a power grab that we are not falling for. Bill Fine, I urge you to vote no on increasing the BOE at this time and in this matter. There needs to be greater transparency and explanations to the taxpayers for the increase at a time when the citizens are financially struggling. Bernadette Taylor, I am a registered Republican. When will this partisanship end? Common sense, common good should prevail. Explain to me, a Republican voter, why should these positions are needed. Why do you feel that you should spend $500,000 public tax dollars on what amounts to political appointments? I understand that you get your job in part because of your party affiliation. However, once elected, you are legally and ethically bound to represent all people of our county. You should act in the best interest of the county, not in the interest of the party. Now is the time to stand up for the county, not political interest. This is not Kelly Tobin, this is not okay ramming through these patronage positions at the cost of millions of taxpayers during a massive economic and health crisis. Is unacceptable. Abby Chuck, please have my comment and name opposing the override of County Executive Bellows' decision read into the record of the legislature meeting. Mary Ryan, as county taxpayers, we do not want the veto overturned to add jobs to the Board of Elections. We do not need to add jobs to the Board of Elections and raising taxes. We vote no to adding these jobs and raising taxes. Do not override the veto. I do not want my money spent on another commission. The old way of doing things, you have to decrease your county's high, not increase them. Jim Belair. I am concerned about the veto override vote taking place tonight. These positions do not have job descriptions and do not seem necessary in light of the fact 22 full-time positions are being created to address absentee ballots. Additionally, the county is in fiscal distress and these positions seem completely political and unneeded. Elizabeth Tyler, no to veto override. David Gordon, I write to urge the county legislature not to override Executive Bellows' vetoed bill to create 6 new BOE positions. These positions have no job descriptions, were created in a rush process, and are not justified at this time. Peter Pulaki, I do not approve any attempt to override County Executive Bellows' veto concerning the addition of supervisor to the BOE. This is not time to add more spending to the budget. Tamara Melton, in light of current day events and true facts that are all struggling in one way or another, that I should not raise taxes. These positions are neither required nor necessary at this time, but the people's income is. I don't know when normal will return or what it will look like, but I'd sure like to have a little change in my pocket when it arrives. Deborah J. Pfeiffer, I am saddened that at a time when local cooperation at many levels has been so exemplary, you would use the tactics to pass legislation upon positions at the Board of Elections without a full hearing on the necessity and expense. My question is, are you going to bring our county together in an era of cooperation and collaboration, or are you going to continue with your divisive ways? You can do better, and we expect you to by November. Linda Savan, I oppose the vote tonight to override Adam Bellows' veto. I can't afford to pay any more bloat in Monroe County. I'm a Democrat that votes about 60-40 Dem-Republican split. You Republicans are so greedy, I will vote straight Democrat in November. Stephen Samaransky, I am very much against tonight's vote to overturn the veto of Monroe County Supervisor Adam Bellows concerning the BOE appointments. High-paid jobs, close quote, are neither needed or fiscally sound. I ask to have my opposition to this vote read into the record for tonight's meeting. Cindy Harrison and Bob Jeffrey, we are opposed to overriding Bellows' veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. We are already in an enormous budget shortfall, have unprecedented costs due to COVID-19, and have countless residents out of work to it. I thought the Republican Party was not responsible. Carol Largan, please read the comments into the record for tonight's legislature meeting. COVID-19 and its effects have left the county budget, which was already stretched, in trouble. Adding unneeded employees to the Board of Elections only makes it worse. Monroe County should focus on getting the Democratic commissioner in place. Then both commissioners can decide on staffing needs. Janet Lissy, in these times of drastic shortfalls in county revenues, the very last action we need is expansion of high-paid patronage jobs to reward the politically connected. We have learned from the corrupt practice of the previous administration. Time to show some integrity. I strongly object to overriding Adam Bellows' justified veto of this frivolous action. Cynthia Leo, whatever happened to the Republican Party being one of fiscal responsibility? In what world, when we already have budget shortfall, would we have unprecedented expenses due to COVID-19? When we have countless county residents out of work, many of who will have no jobs to go back to, would you raise taxes to add positions for a one-time event? Common business sense tells you to use temporary workers. Downright insulting how little the government thinks we taxpayers understand. I refuse to have my taxes raised for cronies. Bonnie M. Kramer, I agree with Adam Bellows' veto yesterday. I don't believe our taxes should be raised, especially during this time when many people are out of work. I vote to keep our taxes down and not increasing taxes to add high-paid political positions. Jackie Herschelman, I strongly oppose a veto override of our county executive, Adam Bellow. He has our community's best interest at heart. Matt Driffel, my friends and family are very concerned about the legislature's decision to try and override County Executive Bellow's veto. Now is not the time to be spending taxpayer dollars, considering the massive loss in revenue of the past month. Do the right thing, like what you did with the Cable Act and the police harassment bill. If not, I fear you will face a tough time being reelected, and make no bones, there are many, including myself, who make the usual anonymous county legislature member household names and not in a good way if you want to continue to go against the people. Now is not the time to waste money. Amanda Edelhart, I'm writing a request that you abide by the veto which was made in the best interest of the county. Your actions to override the veto reek of the hyperpartisan nonsense that is ruining the United States. Your actions on the small scale in Monroe County are mimicking the sour grapes demonstrated against Democratic governors in Kansas and Virginia. It is foolish and weak. Deb Langthop, I oppose the county legislature's overriding Adam Bella's veto of adding 6 highly paid patronage jobs before elections. I ask you to read my comment opposing the override, read into the record at this evening's legislature meeting, a meeting being held without public discussion or debate. The county and the city are broke. City and county employees are being laid off and furloughed. Why would you want to add these jobs? Linda Brinkerhoff Parker, I am against the 6 new political patronage positions proposed. These are difficult financial times. Perhaps tightening our belts a little makes better financial sense. Andrew Herlau, as a homeowner and a county resident, I am appalled by the legislature's last-minute call to override Supervisor Bello vetoes of unneeded patronage jobs at the. You should be ashamed. I stand in support of Supervisor Bello and his veto. Kim Fox, as a homeowner and county resident for 7 years, I am disgusted by the legislature's last-minute call to override Supervisor Bello's veto of unneeded and unnecessary patronage jobs at the Board of Elections. The good old boy network is dead. I am disgusted by his law. I am in support of Supervisor Bello and his veto. Michael Waite, I am emailing to state my opposition of the legislature calling a short meeting to override Adam Bello's veto of the addition of 6 jobs at the Board of Elections without public discussion or debate. Please add my statement read into the record at tonight's 6/4/04/2020 legislature meeting. Ann Stubbings, please do not create these 6 Board of Elections positions. This creates an unneeded expense at a time when we need to focus on other things. These are to prevent voter fraud. That crime is incredibly small. According to BrennaCenter.org, the incident rate of voter fraud is 25,001%. If all 740,000 people in Monroe County voted in the same election, and 2 ballots could be due to fraud, it's necessary to waste money to demand your attention. This is to expand voter registration and adding polling sites, both of which are needed, particularly registration in poorer city neighborhoods. Surely there's a more efficient way than that this can be done. Partnering with existing nonprofits and focusing on voter registration is one less costly option. 110,000 Monroe County residents live below the poverty line. Despite 90% of the county having at least a high school diploma, 40% of the county has a 4-year college degree. Get your priorities straight, focus on your neighbors. The disparities between the haves and have-nots cannot be addressed by a quote, pull yourself up by bootstraps, close quote mentality. If it could, people who are poor would have done so. No one chooses to be poor. Spend this money on expanding access to supplemental nutrition assistance benefits, healthcare access and supplements, job training, grants for police departments on training, and physical investments in the community, all of which will impact more than just 6 Board of Elections positions. The old way of governing no longer works. Change it. Thank you. Brian Gravel. I'm writing to have my comments read into the record during tonight's veto override. It is astonishing to me that my legislator, among a number of other Republicans and Democrats, are ready to further increase our tax rate indefinitely. It's clear that this year is special. There's a lot on everyone's plate, but it's equally clear that Adam Bell is committed to working with the BOE to ensure its seasonal staffing needs were met and generously increase the number of seasonal workers at the BOE to process ballot requests. Sounds like Adam Bell fixed the, quote, immediate need, close quote, problem. Besides, if you need ballot processing power, you don't hire a bunch of supervisors. No, this is and was always about patronage. The minority leader mentioned that the board has not had an overhaul in process and policy in 40 years. It very well may be time to overhaul the BOE, but this is not the time or place to be having that argument. After the commissioners have done a deep dive into their needs, applied critical thinking, and determined the scope of each role needed by the BOE, then we can hear about what needs to be done to overhaul the BOE and help make democracy accessible to all. You shouldn't get money before you've done the work. The whole company would allow an executive to just hire 6 people at senior staff salaries without some kind of cost-benefit analysis being done, and certainly not without clearly defined expectations and job duties. You know, you're trying to find jobs for your friends, and if you want to spend that upwards of $700,000 a year after benefits and equipment, I'll I'll make sure it's bright red on all mailers for your opponents next year. Quote, opponents raise taxes by almost $1 million last year, close quote. If we are raising taxes, I'd rather our workers made a living wage than hire some unelectable party rejects. Frank S. Hagelberg, I write to express my strong opposition to the reported attempts to override county executives' veto of the legislation approving additional personnel for the Board of Elections. This is the wrong way in so many ways: the rushed legislative process, the lack of job descriptions, the cost, and the quote, public be damned, close quote attitude. Please pass these comments on to the appropriate parties. Many thanks and best regards. Andrea Porter, please have my comment and name opposing the override read into the record at tonight's legislature meeting. Courtney Finnerty. I am not sure why any of you have voted to support spending $500,000 over years on long-term Board of Elections position at this point in time. If we need to temporarily add staff to the BOE this year to help during the pandemic, that makes sense. However, there should be job descriptions and justification for any spending on these positions, particularly during a public health crisis that will be hard on the economy as it is. These positions should not only temporarily but also well-defined. These positions should not only temporary but also well-defined. Please be transparent with Monroe County taxpayers rather than committing our tax dollars to cushy positions for years to come that may or may not even be necessary. Think the spending through. Please vote no on overturning Adam Bella's override. Paul Schnur, dear sir, we already pay enough taxes here in Monroe County. We don't need any more pork jobs to be given out. Enough government making your friends rich. Stop the veto override now. Amy Vandemark, I am writing in opposition to your overriding County Executive Bella's veto of a measure to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe co-elections, raising taxes by $500,000. Warren, I, as a lifetime resident of Monroe County, do not agree with adding 6 jobs to the Board of Elections. We are, as a county, state, and nation, facing uncertain times. It would be financially irresponsible to vote on these positions. I ask that you read my email and let it be known that I do not believe anyone should override Adam Bella's veto of this proposition. Donna Alexander. Well, I appreciate the hard work you are doing on our behalf. I am deeply disappointed and disturbed that some members of the county legislature are choosing party politics over the well-being of our community. At a time when people are craving honesty and transparency from elected leaders, your choice is to force through legislation requiring an additional 6 patrons positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections, BOE, is unfavorable and will not be forgotten by voters. For those of you who have voted in favor of this legislation, I urge you to reconsider not override County Executive Adam Bella's veto. The expense from the addition of these positions will be incurred by all of us at a time when people are struggling to find jobs, pay bills, and take care of family members. Voters should be more accepting of a final decision, whatever it might be, if adequate time was given for a fully transparent and deliberative process. I have faith that we are turning a corner to a more honest and transparent political system. I have faith in all of you. I hope I am not mistaken. Trina Lorenzi, I am opposed to overriding Adam Bella's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. I would like my comment to be read at this evening's special meeting. Karen Berger, I'm writing to express my support of County Executive Bella's veto of the measure to create new Board of Election supervisors in this time of fiscal crisis. It is not appropriate to be budgeting a substantial amount of money for these new appointed positions of questionable need. I sincerely hope the county legislature will reconsider their intention to override Adam Bella's veto. John Sullivan, at a time when so many in our area are struggling, Monroe County does not need to spend $500,000 on 6 full-time supervisory positions. Please reconsider and do not override Mr. Bella's veto. Samantha McCowan, I am vehemently against overriding Annabella's veto of the measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 unnecessary and highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. We already pay very high taxes, and we are in the middle of an economic crisis. I am aggravated that anyone would even propose raising taxes at this difficult time. Shame on you. Kevin Schopfel, I wish to have this read into the record at tonight's hearing. I am opposed to the addition of 6 or any patronage jobs with the Monroe County Board of Elections or any other Monroe County government department without a fair hearing and the consent of the voters. With the COVID-19 pandemic still going on, and the greatest expenditure from last weekend's civil unrest and the potential for more civil unrest, I feel that the approval of 6 additional salaries is a poor use of taxpayer money. County Executive Bell vetoed this for a reason. I believe he has the best interest of the county and the taxpayers in mind. Dawn Krasinski. I'd like these comments read into the record of tonight's legislature meeting this evening. 6 highly paid patronage jobs with the Board of Elections are not needed. Responsible citizens do not override the county executive's veto since the jobs were ill-conceived. To begin with, shame on you for pushing this forward without discussion or debate. Scott Dunnington, regarding Resolution 200199, creating 6 new positions in the Monroe County Board of Elections and amending 23020 operating budget. I oppose this resolution and oppose any override of the veto of this resolution. I oppose the use of the temporary COVID-19 needs to urgently add permanent positions to the county. There are many needs facing the community, and adding 6 permanent positions without time for public comment is the wrong approach. Paul Kane. I support the county executive's veto of the recent bill that would add 6 permanent supervisory positions to the Board of Elections. Additional staff funded by the CARES is a more appropriate solution to address the additional workload due to the COVID-19 crisis. A veto override by the legislature do be nothing more than add fiscally irresponsible political patronage jobs that the voters of Monroe County will not soon forget. Every time the legislature employs a rush tactics on a piece of legislation, it's never good news for Monroe County taxpayers, and this is no exception. Kate Forbush. I support Adam Bell's veto of the county legislature's attempt to add 6 highly paid patronage jobs at the Board of Elections without a clear plan or job descriptions. Thus, I'm writing to oppose on any override of this veto. Please include my comments and have them read into the record of this evening's legislature meeting. Thank you. Michael Moran. Stop your partisan expletive. We, the people, elected Adam Bell to initiate change in county government. Elections have consequences, and that means putting on your adult clothes and learning how to better represent the people and not your expletive political party cronies. Grow up. Todd Clausen, during a time when sales tax receipts and county revenues will be impacted by a coronavirus pandemic, I urge you and the leaders in the Monroe County Legislature to oppose the hiring of more Board of Elections officials at this time. The school districts leaning on district clerks to help their votes and cost ballots. I urge the legislature to hold off on this move to cost $500,000 annually. Nina Welsh, stop a money grab, no increase in spending for useless point. I support the veto. Patty Captian, the purpose of this email is to oppose the veto override regarding the measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. I stand with Adam Bell's veto on this measure. I believe it is highly unethical to conduct a special meeting veto override on very short notice. I would like to remind you and your colleagues that we are in a period of great economic uncertainty due to the pandemic. It's not the time to pursue a costly unbalanced measure. Short. Buzz Roman, without public discussion or debate on the issue of hiring 6 highly paid patronage to the Board of Elections. Today's 5 p.m. meeting is deceiving your constituents. This is a call to stop today's meeting and plan for our community to voice their concern and approval or disapproval. Thank you. Christine Reisenberger, I do not approve any attempt to override County Executive Bell's veto concerning the addition of supervisors to the BOE. This is not the time to be adding spending to the budget. Martha Mueller, I'm appalled at the conduct of the Republican members of the county legislature concerning their efforts to ram through unnecessary patronage appointments to the Board of Elections. Support County Executives Adam Bell's actions to clean up the corruption and cronyism which have marred Republican administrations as far back as I can remember. And that is more than 50 years. Residents are sick and tired of elected officials hiding from daylight of truth. She issue at the very least deserves public hearing. I strongly oppose an override for Adam Bell's veto of this ill-conceived action. Our taxpayer dollars, especially now, can be far better spent elsewhere. Please read my comments into the record of tonight's legislative meeting, and please stop the political games and start working for the residents of Monroe County. Fran Cartella, It's beyond time for the Republicans of the county to stop the partisan antics and start working together, especially with the Democratic leadership of our county for the betterment of our community as a whole. To override County Executive Bella's veto for the creation of 6 political patronage positions at the Board of Elections is in direct opposition to the will of the people as demonstrated in the November election. We are watching it. Emma Dorisi, I strongly oppose the veto override. I stand with Bella. Bonnie Bennett, I listened today on WXXI's Evan Dawson's Connections program. A severe discussion took place with John Baines, Vince Fowler, and Rachel Barnhart on the merits of hiring 6 new positions for the Board of Elections. Nor during the program did I hear a detailed justification on why so many positions might be required at the Board of Elections. They just, quote, needed help, close quote. In my experience working in industry, Xerox, particularly in these last few years, it was necessary to conduct a needs analysis and detail what tasks are not getting done and the consequences to the business, in this case, the election process, if the tasks are either not completed or delayed. Looked at the Monroe County BOE website and did not find a position statement on the issue. Quick internet search also turned up no information other than news reports of the legislature calling for a meeting to override County Executive Adam Bella's veto of hiring approval. Folks, this is not the time to be spending county taxpayer dollars on questionable supervisory hires. There's more critical needs looming in the near term in Monroe County. I recommend directing the Board of Elections to use their creative energies to come up with alternative solutions. Yes, of course, elections and proper oversight are critical. Yes, we have an upcoming primary and fall presidential elections, with much to be managed. However, mail-in ballots, early voting, and the new iPad signing procedures may very well result in productivity savings that can allow existing staff to execute efficiently. Understood from Mr. Felder that positions could not be civil service jobs, perhaps contracts could be appointed, hired if necessary, or short-term trained volunteers, etc. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input to the legislature. Vote on January 4, 2020 on whether to overturn county executive's veto. Valerie Wayan, I stand with Adam Bella's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. It's absolutely the wrong way of running a county government and reeks of patronage ways of the past. Wendy Daniels, I am opposed to overriding Bella's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Karen Stewart, Basha, Mr. Bello, I did not vote for you in the last election. However, I am impressed with the decisions you have made during the past 4 months. You did not, quote, toe the party line, close quote, and for that I'm grateful. I did vote for you when you ran for Adequate Town Supervisor, so I felt the town needed change. In some ways, I was disappointed that the governor took you out of our town, and that was my reason for not supporting you as Monroe County's executive. I hope that our county legislature can grasp the idea that at this time the constituents of this county do not need the added burden of more government positions created with further taxes raised in order to pay for them. Much of the population of working adults who own homes and businesses, properties in this county have been unemployed far too long due to the shutdowns of all industries and services, thus having very little to no income to support their families. Adding an additional tax burden to an already stressed economic situation is absurd. All legislature that indeed want to push this type of plan onto the taxpayers of Monroe County should be ashamed. You are adding salt to a wounded community. Deanna Vincent. Gentlemen, I'm writing to formally voice my opposition to the Monroe County Legislature's desire to add headcount to the Board of Elections and improve your desire to override County Executive Bella's veto. What are the positions? Why are they required? What need do they address at a time when we're being asked to do more with less and the future is unclear? This feels irresponsible and reckless at best. As elected officials, you should be concerned with the real needs of the constituents you represent, such as education, childcare, healthcare, and public safety. It is your duty to be responsible stewards of the funds used to support the needs of our community. At a time when politics at the national level are so toxic and disturbing, please refrain from these partisan shenanigans at the local level, which so directly impacts those of us living in Monroe County. Andrew. I am a permanent green card resident currently living in Gates. I strongly oppose the veto override, and I stand with Mr. Bell's decision, and I hope common sense prevails in the end. Lisa Vitale. Letters informing that I'm strongly against the vote the Monroe County Legislature has scheduled for tonight. There is no reason this vote needs to happen immediately without proper discernment, job descriptions, and a business case for why the additional positions are perceived as necessary needs to be provided. No decisions of this magnitude should be made with unquantifiable data. There are ways to work through this without burdening Monroe County residents with an excessive permanent expense. I watched the deliberations that occurred when this proposal initially discussed on May 26th, and I stand in agreement with legislators who voted against the proposal, especially the sensible data-driven request made by legislator John Baines. Please do not rush this decision and take the time necessary to collect data and provide a reasonable compromise with fiscally conservative voices. Jenna Oberman Ganger, in the current climate of economic crisis and the pandemic emergency, this is not the time to override a veto on increasing property taxes in order to create highly paid positions at the board of elections. As a property owner with a child in college and great financial uncertainty ahead, it would place an undue hardship on my family and many other families in Monroe County. I stand with Adam Bell in support of this veto not to raise our property taxes. John Page, as a Monroe County resident for 38 years, I am happy that we finally have an executive that stands up for all the residents and not the special interest. Callous move by the Republican legislators to, quote, pack the Board of Elections, close quote, and essentially hand out patronage jobs during the fiscal crisis we all face without a proper review and hearing is shameful. Executive Bell was right to veto this ill-conceived waste of residents' taxes, and I urge legislators not to attempt to overturn it. We are watching. Karen Abbas, I want to go on the record as opposing the override of Adam Bellows' veto of the addition of 6 paid jobs into the Board of Elections. It seems to be completely irresponsible at this time and not listening to the people. Please have my comments read into the record at tonight's legislature meeting. Kathy Sweatman, I listened to the Connections program today at 1 p.m. with Rachel Barnhart, herself, and Vince Feldman as guests. The accusations were rather ridiculous. Disagreeing with the mayor, Warren, does not make a person a racist. There are many areas over the years I have felt that Mayor Warren was wrong, from hiring her uncle as a bodyguard to the questions about her 2 PACs, the Edgewater proposal for Lake Avenue, Port of Rochester, to the latest school board debacle. The areas I have agreed with her, including her recent refusal to disperse mourners in Rochester during the COVID-19 threat. None of the issues have anything to do with race, and for Mr. Feldman to suggest that agreeing with the quote, the Warren faction, close quote, is racist is an affront to someone who tries to follow politics and make decisions based on issues. What is going on in the county legislature is exactly the reason that for 40 years I have remained an unaffiliated voter despite never having missed an election. Elections this year will be particularly important. It may be that there is a need for more personnel in order to ensure those elections are free and fair. It's not the way to do it. There should be job descriptions. There should be a sense of what is needed to hold the elections. There should be qualified people vetted to the positions. There should be a plan agreed on by everyone, Democrats, Republicans, and people who are not members of those parties, but still believe there should be democracy in elections and fairness and justice. I would urge the legislature not to override Mr. Bellows' veto, but to look for nonpartisan solutions and real answers to the problems in the county, the state, and this country. No name provided. In these times of drastic shortfalls in county revenues, the very last action we need is the expansion of high-paid patronage jobs to reward the politically connected. What have you learned from the corrupt practices of previous administration? It's time to show some integrity. Christopher Roche, County Ledge Majority in Tadley. Some Democrats didn't seem to understand the message sent by voters last fall. It's entirely the way of doing business that has become the county, especially at a time when there's a hiring freeze in the county. The legislature should not be trying to create political patronage jobs where are unnecessary and wasteful. These proposed supervisory positions won't help BOE. We have come to expect backroom shady deals from the Republican majority, but it's sad that some Democrats have chosen to advocate their responsibility to the public they are supposed to represent by joining the majority in this particular effort. Rest assured, your constituents are paying attention. If they're not, they will be made aware by those of us who are paying attention of how you vote on this matter. Choose wisely, because there will be a reckoning at the ballot box if you choose self-interest over self-enrichment over what's best for the citizens of the county. Nancy Flynn, in this climate of reduced funding, hiring freeze, et cetera, why on earth would the county create 6 new positions? No, just no. Please read my comments in the record at tonight's meeting. Robert Blair, I urge the legislature to not override County Executive Adam Bella's veto of additional election commissioners at a cost of approximately $500,000. We are in a situation where we are seeing decreased revenues all across governmental entities from the COVID-19 pandemic. Our county simply cannot afford to spend this money. How are we able to finance this under our current budgetary constraints? What should we cut to fund this? The residents of Monroe County deserve to have answers and a process that is transparent. Gertrude Bantle, I just got a call about a special legislative meeting tonight. The purpose of the meeting is to override the Bello veto of the legislation to add 6 new positions for Board of Elections. I strongly oppose adding these positions at this time. The county is facing financial stress because of COVID-19. Its recent protests that led to rioting by outsiders. If there is any extra money or if taxes are to be raised, the revenue should be spent on actions improving the public health system in the county and or offering more opportunities to those disadvantaged in the county. Linda Travers, I'm opposed to overriding Bello's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Howie Jacobson, please, as a taxpayer, resident of Monroe County, stop and withdraw the proposal for $500,000 for MC Board of Elections positions. These positions can and should be non-paid if you really need. It should be an honor to serve. As a matter of fact, I would like to interview as an American for a position. Patricia Doring, I stand with Adam Bell and his veto of the creation of new positions in the Monroe County Board of Elections. No more of this. Janice Clements, stop the creation of 6 political appointee jobs at the expense of the taxpayers. Shame on whomever initiated this. This county and this country has enough problems without bloating salaries for useless jobs. Send an email to jackmoffat@monroecounty.gov. Your opinion on calling an urgent meeting less than 24 hours after the county executive vetoes the creation of 6 political appointee jobs at taxpayer cost of $500,000. Additional taxpayer burden in the county legislature gets to the point where contributors to the job, SM. Public hearings, quick, let's do this. Politicians spending favors. Mr. Bello, just wanted you to know, in response to Evan Dawson's WXXI program today and to your robocall regarding the subject, I took your advice and called Mr. Carmone's office. The person who answered the phone asked me how they could help. I say they want to voice my opinion on overriding the county's veto vote, and I oppose the override. The person who answered the phone went on and on and on to tell me how necessary it was due to COVID-19 and resulting mail-in ballots, blah, blah, blah. When she finished, she asked if there was anything else. I reiterated that I was opposed to the override and that I am opposed to any voting process that does not give the public the ability to weigh in. She said I missed the opportunity, which occurred last week. I was never asked my name nor residence. I have doubts my opinion would even be recorded. I tried. Joanne Ballot. Peter Maurer, it is against the conscience of our community to create unnecessary expenses when we already have one of the highest tax rates in the nation. There's no harm in carefully considering why added positions are necessary during a time of economic strife and allowing the public to provide input for these bills. Paul Kingsley, it is undemocratic and authoritarian to rush through patronage jobs for Board of Elections without time for a public hearing and significant open debate. Saddling Monroe County taxpayers for years to come with this recurring cost on the public input is reprehensible. Lynn Gatto, I absolutely do not want Adam Bella's veto to be overridden in the special meeting tonight. I do not want my taxes raised by Republicans to create your crony position. Start thinking about the citizens of this county. I will remember who votes yes tonight and work in the next election to make sure they are elected out of office. Politicians need to remember they represent us. These positions are not yours or your friend's cash cow. Zach Culleton. I heard about your special meeting for 5 p.m. today to override Bella's veto of the measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. I am opposed totally to this. Why are you wasting taxpayers' money like this? We can all see what you're trying to do and won't let you forget this come next election time. Cameron Hashimi, I vehemently oppose the hurried, uninformed, and shady backroom deal. This, quote, politics as usual, close quote, approach is on a crash course with Dustin overflowing with old, tired, and flat-out bad ideas. Reverse course and join the awakened and informed. Jeremy Scher, to be read at June 4, 5 p.m. special meeting. Majority is ramming through a measure to create patronage positions at the cost of millions of dollars to taxpayers during an unprecedented economic and health crisis is absolutely unacceptable. That this measure receives Democratic support, which the majority needs to pass the measure and override a veto, is absolutely unacceptable. This patronage plan is an insult to good government and should be withdrawn. Kathleen Young, I'm letting you know that I oppose the veto override regarding the creation of 6 new Board of Elections positions. These positions would not cost Monroe County taxpayers, these positions would cost Monroe County taxpayers over $500,000 million a year. Unacceptable. Resolution 169 is not well thought out. Go back to the drawing board and do job you were asked to do by the voters. Nancy Nichols. We taxpayers won't forget you spending $500,000 of taxpayer money to appoint political appointees who will fund your campaign. There should be a hearing, not a quick vote to sneak this through. Jane Lamaggio, given the challenges right now with everyone is making cuts or trying to move forward with what they have, why can the Board of Elections not do the same? Adding 6 high-level positions without transparency is unacceptable and reckless of taxpayer money. Stand with Adam Bello's decision to veto this. Please have my comments opposing the override veto read into the record of this evening's legislature meeting 6/4/2020. Andy Vaughn, please read my comments below into the record of this evening's ridiculous meeting of the legislature. In these incredibly challenging times, it is unconscionable that our county legislators would count on distracted citizens to try and create new patronage jobs. It's particularly heinous given that the voters made a definitive choice in the last election not to continue to let the county do business as it has under a Republican majority for so long. Please do not override county executive's veto. His actions speak for the voters who have to foot the bill. Thank you. Cole Gonzalez. I fully support Adam Bello's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Barbara Bellisil. I oppose the override of Adam Bello's veto of the effort to raise taxes to create what can only be constituted as 6 patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. In these times when unprecedented numbers of people are unemployed, any effort to raise taxes for unnecessary political appointees will cause undue added burden to the taxpayers in Monroe County. Janice Wescher. As a lifelong resident of Monroe County who has lived in Rochester and Webster, I am asking you to do the right thing tonight. Do not override the veto of our county executive. With all that Monroe County is going through right now, we do not need 6 highly paid patronage jobs to add to the Board of Elections. Do the right thing. Read my comments opposing the override into the record this evening's legislature meeting. Bonnie C. Devaney. I'm opposed to the addition of the positions of the Monroe County Board of Elections. I am appalled that you would try to override County Executive Adam Bello's veto with the chicanery you are trying to pull tonight. Shame, don't you know these old ways are done? Shame, shame. Please read my comments into the record. Douglas Bantle. I am a longtime voter who grew up in Fairport starting 1953 and have lived in Mendon since 1977. I'm also a former social studies teacher in the Greece Central School District. In all my time, I have never seen such a boondoggle as apparently being supported by members of both parties in the Monroe County Legislature. As everyone knows, we not only have the COVID issues to address, but the recent civil protests and disruptions. There is no question that the Board of Elections does need to hire part-time staff to deal with this greatly increased load of absentee ballots for upcoming elections, but what is not needed are 6 pork barrel, close quote, supervisory positions that are being proposed without the public even knowing what they are supposed to do. Process has been flawed and it appears the legislature may attempt to override Mr. Bella's veto of this legislation. You can be assured that if the voters of Monroe County had a vote on this measure, it would not pass with a majority vote. Quite simply, there are more pressing issues to be addressed by the county and the legislature. Let's work on them and sideline BOE supervisory issue until there is more public vetting on the proposal. Abby Ushald, I am expressing my displeasure with the process of filling positions beyond closed doors. If indeed this is nepotism, it must be stopped. Post the openings for adequate competition or for positions. Dave Heedlam, I support County Executive Bella's veto of this legislation to add 6 supervisor positions at the Board of Elections. Bill would raise taxes in Monroe County by $500,000, and this is unacceptable at this time. I am satisfied that Bella will provide enough seasonal workers that the elections will adequately processed. Mayor McTiernan, I strongly oppose the creation of 6 new supervisor positions at the Board of Elections. If sufficient evidence has been provided that these positions are needed, or even what tasks and responsibilities the positions will be in charge of. On top of that, the cost of taxpayers is too high, especially at a time when money is tight as we try to fight COVID-19. If these positions are truly needed, we need the BOE to take the time to show us fact and data-based evidence of their necessity. Otherwise, this looks like opportunism to capitalize during a crisis. Thank you for considering this letter. Wanda Shipman, I am writing to ask you to please have my comments read into opposing the override to the county executive's veto. We do not need to add these 6 highly paid positions to the Board of Elections. Please, Mark P. Denke, please consider this email my public comment and strong disapproval of County Executive Bella's veto of the Election Commissioner bill. Support the veto of Resolution 169. This is an undemocratic power grab that stinks of the way Monroe County has been doing business far too long. The Board of Elections should replace the existing commissioners via a democratic and open process that follows existing party rules. I do not support adding 6 jobs in this fraught financial time, which will add to our taxes for years to come. Voting by mail is necessary, and the BOE will need support and careful planning, not backroom patronage, to meet the needs of the 2020 election. Bridget Gee, thank you. Nancy Kehoe, I'm having a difficult time understanding why we need 6 new positions at the cost of $500,000 when we have so many challenges at this time. Our schools, hospitals, every type of public service needs money to help deal with this crisis. These funds could be better spent helping the people of this county through existing agencies and programs with no need to add these positions. Jason Marshall, I ask of the citizens of Monroe County that you please do not override County Executive Bella's veto regarding Resolution 169. The veto explanation was reasonable and well thought out. If these new positions are indeed necessary, they should be going through committees and have the proper research, fiscal reasoning, and public comment. Brian Schifrin, please read this letter at the county legislature meeting. At a time when our county is dealing with the tremendous economic impact of the pandemic, meaning that our citizens are hurting for money and the county tax receipts are down sharply, supporters of this creation of 6 new patronage positions at the Board of Elections at an annual cost of $500,000 reveal their contempt for the taxpayers of this community. This is a shameful act that will not be forgotten come future elections. Jill Back, I request that you read my comments opposing the override of Adam Bellows' veto at this hastily scheduled meeting of 6/4/2020. I'm a registered Republican, but I am sick and tired of the nonsense that our Republican legislators try to pull without any public comment being allowed. Please encourage them to do the right thing for their constituents and set up their cronies. Mary Scott, I am writing to strongly encourage you to vote no to override the county executive's veto of the sudden increase in staff at the BOE. Certainly understandable that the legislature wants to give the board all the help it can get right now, dealing with COVID, dealing with the uncertainty around the presidential primary, dealing with huge spike in absentee voting, and not knowing how elections in November will be structured. If we want the Board of Elections to be successful long term, they need to be run in a transparent way as possible at all levels. Increasing staffing at this time without clear job descriptions and staffing responsibilities, as well as a clear hiring process, makes this appear as political patronage at its absolute worst. Please vote no to the override of the veto. Vote no to adding on more costs, which will be directly passed on to all county taxpayers at a time when the county government is already a massive deficit due to coronavirus expenses. Do the right thing for all your constituents. Do not make this an issue of us versus them. For once, support Adam Bell and all residents of our county. Mary Hamley, I'm strongly opposed to overriding County Executive Adam Bell's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Dan Willoughby, we do not need 6 new positions added and do not override Adam Bell's veto. Please have my comments read into the record at tonight's meeting. Betsy and Doug Liano, I'm extremely grateful for the fiscal oversight of Adam Bello. These middle-of-the-night moves are extremely infuriating to the residents of this county. We are currently in financial crisis because of COVID-19, and it is highly irresponsible to add $500,000 to our tax bills for self-serving purposes. If you want to dole out generous salaries, start a private business, and use your own money, stop treating taxpayers' money like your slush fund. I completely agree with the county exec veto. Thank you, Adam Bello, for doing your job you were hired by the citizens of our county to do. Greg Taylor. Well, you can shove $500,000 tax burden on your voters and taxpayers without it costing you in the next election. You call an urgent meeting not less than 24 hours after the county executive vetoes your legislation. Represent the people, pay the consequences. Janice Schwinn, I am writing to inform you that I oppose the attempt to override the county executive veto the addition of 6 patronage positions being added in the county board of elections. I ask that my comments opposing your override be read into the record of this evening's legislature meeting. Alex Koroleski, please have this read into the record at tonight's meeting. Democrats, I thought we were better than this. On one hand, we fight like heck when Republicans do something unethical or immoral. On the other hand, too many Democrats justify their own unethical or immoral actions by arguing, quote, Republicans do it. We need to beat them at their own game, close quote. Didn't Michelle Obama say, quote, when they go low, we go high, question mark, close quote. Go high, then let the veto stand, do right by BOE. Sally Millick, as a Rochester City resident, 14605, I object to the Republican attempt to override the county executive's veto to add 6 patronage positions to the Monroe County Board of Elections. When we voted for Bello, we wanted to change from the Republican patronage style form of government. I also do not want to spend $500,000 of taxpayer money on this further. The approach Republicans are taking with a 5 p.m. meeting is outrageous. This is not the time for more spending. Kimberly Stampone, I strongly oppose and override the county executive Adam Bello's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid positions at Monroe County. Kenneth J. Roush, I am a registered Republican, especially during these past several months. To ram through this without adequate discussion and the open veto of the county executive, who I personally do not approve of fully, is appalling. The taxpayers need to see the value of any programs and or positions before they are implemented / hired. My comment is against the proposal. Angela Bronte, I'm opposed to overriding Adam Bello's veto of the measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Board of Elections. Shame on the county Monroe Republican legislatures. This is highly irresponsible, especially at a time when so many people are out of work due to the pandemic. Unfortunately, it's the same old story with them. Amy Meredith, I'm writing to register my objection to the proposed veto override of the patronage positions currently under consideration by the county. Sneaking this in without public comment or input is corrupt. Please vote no to the veto override. Diane Selleck, dear sir, I want to express my opposition to any additional jobs at the Board of Election with any compensation. Further, I'm disappointed that you would call a meeting without making it transparent to the public. This is not in the best interest of people of Monroe County. Actually, with the budget crisis that we now face, there should be no hiring at all, and all compensation should be frozen. At least in for management employees, a reduction in pay should be considered. I'm sure I will not get a response, but I'm sure I will remember all politicians that create more expenditures. Diana Adams, as a longtime member of Monroe County, and completely support Monroe County Executive Adam Bello's veto of the random creation of unjustified positions. Aside from the unacceptable amount of money involved, the positions are they needed, they should have been listed / posted with the job descriptions, required qualifications, providing a chance for other candidates to apply, randomly creating positions and hiring people without routine consideration and suspect to say the least, the veto must stand. Teresa Davis, I am highly opposed to overriding county executive Adam veto on a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000. We're already crippled by tax season in Monroe County in droves. This would just add more incentive for people to look for places to relocate. Our taxes are ridiculous already. The idea to create 6 additional positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections is a horrible idea. The county has been decimated by COVID. All resources and energy should be used to build everything back up and take care of the residents. I feel this is a political stunt and I don't appreciate it. Adam is doing a wonderful job and he's a great leader. Stop trying to undermine his leadership. Everyone in government should be focused on taking care of problems that COVID has caused. The last thing that people want right now is taxes being raised. A lot of people are already dealing with enough financial hardship. There's probably a second wave coming that will be just as financially crippling as the first, if not worse. David Brickman, at this time when so many in our area are struggling, Monroe County does not need to spend $500,000 on 6 full-time supervisory positions for elections. There was no time allowed for public feedback, so I'm giving you mine now. Beth Bloom, I thought you were the party of lower spending and less government. In the time of extreme hardship for all the citizens of our county, you think it's best to spend $500,000 on 6 positions in our county that we do not need. How will your constituents feel spending all this money when our county, city, and state are struggling under the combined burdens of COVID-19 and reduced taxes coming into the county? Please reconsider this unnecessary expenditure. Nancy Uffendale. The county executive, Annabelle, vetoed county legislature's attempt to add 6 highly paid patronage jobs at the Board of Elections, adding much expense to the Board of Elections at a time of a pandemic when the county is at a deficit due to shortages in sales tax revenue, et cetera, is a very bad decision on the part of the county legislature. As a taxpayer, I'm sure there are ways to handle the influx of absentee ballots without adding expense. With early voting, not all voters will be voting absentee. Absentee votes can be put through voting machines by BOE employees, as long as it's done in a bipartisan manner, so the votes do not need to be counted manually. I'm an election inspector / site chair, and I'm sure there's an easy cost-saving solution to avoid the expense of adding these patronage positions. As a 52-year registered Democrat, I'm appalled at the actions of the Democrats in the legislature, in particular Minority Leader Vince Felder, for the way this bill is presented and bullied through the process. Skirting process and calling this a matter of urgency while calling for stating the possible ensure the elections are smooth and fair was unjust and undignified. Confirming that the current Board of Elections is incapable or incompetent of running an election, or that people in the field supervising and operating the polls cannot do their jobs is a new low for the minority leader. I'm proud of our county executive, Adam Bell, for standing up for the citizens of Monroe County and vetoing this outrageous piece of legislation brought forward by a few pompous politicians at the expense of the taxpayers without a proper budget to cover these positions. Please do what is necessary and just and hold the county executive's decision. Do not allow this outrageous idea to come before the county legislature a second time. Thank you. Mary Horowitz, I oppose the veto override and stand with the county executive, demand better. Cronyism and ignorance is the GOP way. T. Love, I am opposed to overriding Bell's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Bob Snyder. Thank you for taking the time to read my email. The decision to create 6 highly paid Board of Election supervisory positions is short-sighted and based on ill-informed fears of voters' fraud as promulgated by President Trump and the Republican National Committee. Not only are these positions to be purely political patronage, but they are essentially to create the sense of fear that a strong force to protect the ballots is needed. Monroe County has elections without incident or fraud for a very long time. These jobs will create a tax increase for Monroe County residents. If these jobs are created to promote political patronage, there will exist a bias to seek a result to the liking of the party's candidate representing this new task force. There are no guarantees that these individuals will not essentially seek or purge voter rolls, dismantle or disrupt voting by mail during a pandemic, scare minority voters into not voting, and possibly create a panel discussion for their election results. As witnessed in Georgia, voter suppression led to the election of the wrong candidate for governor. Vote suppression can happen by limiting access to voting, closing polling stations, precincts, moving precincts on short notice, and by scare tactics, and by purging eligible voters. This most directly disenfranchises minority voters and people who need maximum accessibility to vote, those working several jobs. Apparently, the Monroe County GOP has not followed current events very well. The ill-fated Donald Trump Chris Kobach voting commission was shuttered. There was fraud beyond a North Carolina political operative who stole a congressional election through a scheme to collect absentee ballots that could have been put in the mail. As a Monroe County taxpayer and voter, I stand by County Executive Adam Bella's veto of these board election positions. I encourage the legislature to find a way to unify and make up the lives of residents safer and healthier. Tracy Farmer, it is irresponsible at this time of deficits and for Republicans to override Adam Bella's veto for new positions of any kind, especially as it relates to raising taxes. So many are struggling with keeping a roof over their head and food on the table. Stop playing political games at this time of crisis. Kathy Beaton, I have today learned that there's a special meeting at 5 p.m. to address the issue of raising taxes by $500,000 to create 6 positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. It would seem prudent in the current political climate and indeed the state of society as a whole to refrain on spending roughly $84,000 per position for politics. The world is imploding around us. This is not the time for patronage positions or raising taxes. I would give serious consideration to the perspective of an average citizen or newscaster. Upon learning of the amount of money being spent, it is indicated that as Republican county legislators have called for this meeting. To be honest, I really don't think it's a good time for Republicans to do a whole lot of anything. I am strongly opposed to the veto override and hope these positions are not created. Reconsider society's priorities and not political ones. Michael Brizin, I am a lifelong Monroe County resident, tax-paying property owner, and owner-operator of 2 small businesses in Monroe County, Brisson Electric and Economy Self-Storage Inc. I'm ready to express my opposition to a measure being put forth for a vote today and attempt to override the county executive's veto. This measure seeks to establish new positions for the Board of Elections without explaining to us voters what they are for or why they are necessary while asking us to foot the bill for it. I want to know why this is being rushed without sufficient notice to the voters. You are elected to represent us and act in our best interest. I'm expecting better than this.
President Carbone. Legislator
Yes.
Roman? Yes, I just want to say that we're kind of losing Jack. Not sure if we want to recess or if we can speak up and slow down.
I'm not
Okay.
losing you, Jack.
Okay. Let's go a little slower and a little louder for you, legislator.
Thank you.
Cindy DeFalco. Last fall, Monroe County voters sent you a very strong message. The old ways of cronyism and patronage has to end. We elected Adam Bello because he would no longer tolerate such misuse of our taxes, and we trusted him to clean up county practices. To follow the will of the voters, Bello vetoed your heinous legislation to add 6 highly paid patronage jobs at the Board of Elections. Your attempt to overlook the will of the voters and slide in short notice meeting to override this veto is shameful. An absolute minimum sufficient notice must be provided that allows the community to comment. If you do not at minimum postpone the vote and allow for a full public input prior to a vote, I strongly urge the county legislature to honor the will of the county voters and uphold Adam Bello's veto. Kevin Lyden, in this day and age, as the nation comes to grips with the inequities inherent in our political system, this county needs to rise above the political corruption and cronyism evident on the national stage. A vote to override the veto of this ill-advised bill to provide the positions purely to reward party operatives is wrong and drags us down into the swamp. Jonathan Hardin. Every member of the county legislature that votes to override the veto of the county executive Adam Bello is voting to raise our taxes during a pandemic. For the Board of Elections to submit a request for the addition of 6 new management positions without job descriptions is showing an apparent lack of leadership and poor management on their behalf. We can all clearly see that this is to give jobs to friends on the backs of cash-strapped county government. This is nothing more than bad government and poor management of our tax dollars. If there is a hiring freeze for the entire county government in Monroe, then that should include the Board of Elections. It is also my understanding that elections has 3 more staffers and they have had in previous years. There should be a review a reorganization of the BOE with regards to current staffing levels, software, updated policies and procedures, new positions required, et cetera, that is submitted to the county executive and the legislators before moving forward to hire any new staff at the Board of Elections. If you vote to override the county executive, may it follow you during your next reelection or next election. Wanda Miller, just to let you know, I do not support the proposal of creating 6 new positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. You know all the answers as to why not. It is not necessary to repeat what others already have stated, and what more, those who are attempting to push this through know better. The motivation behind this action is an attempt to create jobs for people who do not want to leave the political arena simply because there's no room at the table. Those and of their political affiliation who have initiated and supported this are obvious to what is occurring in Rochester nationwide. By continuing to proceed with only show a disregard for others. There is no excuse for such willful insensitivity. My answer is no, obviously not. Rob Rawari, raise our taxes for schools in order to address racial inequity, not to create new administrative problems. Signed, Pittsburgh resident and active voter. Stephen Schnackis, I oppose the veto override of Adam Bello. I demand better for Monroe County. My name is Rob Levesque and I'm a Monroe County resident. I stand with Adam Bello on his veto of the political patronage measure and would like to voice my opposition to the veto override. Cheryl Malaki, I'm totally against and object to the Republicans' plan to override County Executive Adam Bello's veto. We elected Mr. Bello to change how things are done, to be done the correct and just way, not this game playing stock of that. Karen Rosenstein, please include my statement to be read in the public record at this evening's meeting. As a Monroe County taxpayer, I am vehemently opposed to the overriding of County Executive Bello's veto. This action will raise taxes by $500,000 to create political patronage positions at the Board of Elections. James Wazinski, I'm a 67-year-old independent voter, taxpayer, and business owner, and I agree with Adam Bello not to spend the extra money for the 6 new positions. $500,000 in wages to do what? This is a time to be frugal, to say the least. I'm not one to write an email, but spending all this money at a time when everyone is asked to make do and jobs are gone, and you want to overpay people to fill a slot, just crazy. I'll watch how this plays out and will be casting my vote accordingly. Kathleen Kane, I'm writing to express my support for the county supervisor's veto of your recently passed bill that would add 6 supervisory positions to the Board of Elections. I understand that the Board of Elections is facing some unprecedented challenges because of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, additional seasonal staff funded by the CARES Act are a more appropriate solution to address that additional workload. John Hale, as a longtime Monroe County employee and a lifetime Monroe County citizen, I strongly hope you do not override Mr. Bello's veto of the measure before him about hiring new employees for the BOE. During the last many years, we as employees have been told that we have to do more with less help. It's time upper management does the same. Please do not disrespect Mr. Bello or the public by trying to flex your muscles in this way. Jill Fryer, no to adding 6 new permanent supervisors to the Board of Elections. This is not the time. There is not the money if needed for November. Add them for temporary positions to terminate by November 20th, 2020. Be responsible and do not add permanent positions at this time. Maybe next year, maybe the year after. It depends on the economic recovery, but now, definitely not the time. People elected Adam Bello, listen to him, follow his lead, have his back. Boren, I oppose overriding Adam Bello's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. This is the wrong way of running a county government and reeks of the patronage ways of the past. Ann Gleason, we are clearly against spending another $500,000 on 6 new positions in BOE. Jobs would most likely be given to a Repub Party people who were bumped out when Adam was elected. No more taxes. Kelly Conlon, I stand with County Executive Adam Bello and oppose the veto override. Adam Bello is the change our city has needed for years. He is for the people and is welcome breath of fresh air and who exudes kindness, compassion, and empathy for Monroe County. Erica Lees, I'm opposed to overriding Bella's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Lorraine Wise, I'm opposed to creating these paid positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. This will raise our taxes by $500,000 and we already pay enough. Annabelle is right to veto this measure and I'm opposed to your trying to override it. And it appears that they would be highly paid political patronage positions. Emily Natalie Burns, as a resident of Monroe County, I'm opposed to overriding County Executive Bella's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Do not raise my taxes for this unneeded measure. I will not stand for it. Rebecca Orton, the residents of our county demand transparency and the hiring of 6 new positions without room for public discussion or debate. Seems like you are not accountable to the budget nor the residents of the county. Disappointed that this is the route that the legislature decided to take. Our county has no room for cronyism and unethical behavior in our leaders. Please reconsider the handling of the situation. Meg Stoffel, my name is Meg Stoffel and I've lived in Rondequoit, New York for 15 years. It is to my understanding that Monroe County Republican County legislators are having a meeting today at 5 p.m. to override County Executive Adam Bella's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. I do not support the Republican County legislators' attempt to override County Executive Bella. This is a waste of taxpayer money and resources, especially considering what our country, including Monroe County, is experiencing at this moment. Instead of meeting for nefarious reasons such as this, the legislature should be meeting to come up with ways to reduce racial disparity in our criminal justice system and creating a dialogue between the Black Lives Matter protesters and the police/political leaders in our county. Additionally, with so many Monroe County residents either out of work or taking pay cuts for the last few months and perhaps well into the summer due to COVID-19, my family included, the last thing taxpayers need is to have an increase in their taxes to the tune of a collective $500,000 to pay for the salaries of just 6 new positions in the county. That is frivolous spending at its finest. Please reconsider the reason you were for your meeting today and support County Executive Bella during this crucial time in our community. Thank you for your time. Tracy L. Smith, this is a written notice to have my comments recorded at the legislature meeting on June 4, 2020. I oppose the suddenness of a called meeting to override Mr. Bella's veto without any public debate, discussion, or questions. We cannot continue to have a power struggle in our government, especially during this time. Our budgets across blown out of the water, even at personal levels. Discussion leads to openness. Amy Nixon. I oppose the Monroe County Legislature's veto to override of Adam Bella's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 new positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. I support Bella's decision and feel that he has the best interests of Monroe County in mind. Tina Carney. Good evening, legislators. I oppose the veto override of Resolution 169. I implore you to work collectively with the county executive and the minority caucus to come to a consensus. I want them to do the same. Recently, my 4th grader and I have been learning and talking about government checks and balances and civic engagement during distance learning. I explained the situation, told him it's up to us, no matter what our role is, representative or constituent, to collaborate, listen to each other, and to figure out problems together. I oppose the veto override of Resolution 169. Thank you. Samantha Lamprin. Our county does not need to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to hire unvetted people to the Monroe County Board of Elections. This political stunt is a tumultuous time. At this tumultuous time, is not tolerable. Stop the veto override now and keep that money to help citizens and small businesses that are suffering due to the COVID-19 related issues. Carol McCullough Santos. Having a voting majority does not mean you must vote in sync. Surely there are many legislators who believe that such a huge expenditure on the Board of Elections at this time will be harmful to the good things the county must do during the next year. Please vote in good conscience. Suburban citizens may well have the means to pay for this bill, maybe not. Certainly adding expenses to our fellow citizens in Rochester will be harmful. Do not override the county executive's veto. There will be time to discuss this in the future. Donna Schwartz, I find it unbelievable that any legislators would vote to raise taxes at a time when Monroe County has so little money to spare in order to hire anyone at the Board of Elections. Do not override the veto that is in place by County Executive Adam Bello. Justin Rothstein, as a proud member of the Monroe County community, I wholeheartedly disagree with the vote to override County Executive Bello's veto of adding 6 new paid patronage positions at the Board of Elections. In 2016, I worked as a seasonal aide at the BOE and found that there are many current employees that are grossly underpaid for the tireless work they do. Let's start with that. The people that work there that are doing fantastic work and at the sacrifice of being with their loved ones. Not add 6 new positions that seasoned 25-plus year veteran employees will have to babysit for the next 6 months. Give our people a chance before you go looking for new help. Danielle Beardsley. I stand with Adam Bello. Please do not override his veto. I do not agree with raising our taxes by $500,000 in order to fund unnecessary bloated Board of Elections positions. Thank you. John Tursick. As a taxpayer in Monroe County, I would not support the additional positions for the Board of Elections in Resolution 169. This financial burden that is trying to be passed is not necessary or wanted by myself, and I would highly assume most in the county. Businesses and families are already struggling from COVID and everything else currently going on. We have a huge budget deficit, county and statewide. Passing this is not what people of this county want. Please have my email comment, Kathy H. Porter, please have my email comments read into the record of tonight's meeting of the legislature. If you vote to override this veto, you'll be directly responsible for an increase in taxes. Now is not the time to add 6 permanent, highly paid positions to the BOE when we are facing a critical shortfall of over $68 million in the county budget. To do this without any public discussion or debate is reprehensible. Surely you can't be that irresponsible. Cheryl Westerman. I have worked as an election inspector for 11 years. I refused to work last year and have told the BOE that I refuse to work until lovely Warren keeps her hands off the county, not city, BOE, and to let me know when the county is back in control as it should be. The proposed legislation reeks of additional layers of appointments and cronies. Furthermore, I pay taxes to the city and the county. I do not want to pay an extra $500,000 of junk that we do not need. I completely agree with Adam Bello's veto and want to see it upheld. I hope you are listening to your residents' concerns about this. Stacey Rush, I oppose the attempt to override County Executive Bello's veto. Now is not the time to add 6 new permanent positions to the BOE when we are facing shortfalls of over $68 million in the county's budget. It doesn't make sense to increase taxes by $500,000 to create 6 positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Ellen Mancuso, I strongly agree with adding positions to the BOE. Our community is hurting and unemployed. Please do not waste taxpayer money on unnecessary jobs. Thank you. Peggy Growney, I support Adam Bello's veto of the tax increase. Special meeting is unacceptable. Rebecca Morisi, I'm writing in support of the veto against creating new positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections and against the override of this veto. Adding $500,000 to the tax burden and an already very high tax burden should be thought out by a bipartisan committee, discussed publicly at length, and amended as necessary. Not just pushed through during a crisis in the middle of a very important election year. Why exactly is this necessary? Why could this not be discussed properly? Why the hurrying and bullying through with the idea? Please uphold the veto and support Mr. Bello in his attempts to protect taxpayers in Monroe County against egregious partisan spending. Tim Warren. To Steve Brew and Vincent Felder, gentlemen, I have reviewed your matter of urgency 20-0199 regarding the addition of staff to the Board of Elections. I do not believe you have provided sufficient information to make an informed decision on the value of the measure. You address funding for 2020, but do not provide ongoing costs nor source of that funding. You do not provide a baseline staffing number, nor does the addition of these positions increase staffing by 10% or 100%. You do not provide options that were considered and rejected. Why is it the best option to address the state concern? You do not provide specific goals for the positions. What are the shortfalls that are caused by the alleged changes to the election process? What are the changes? Perhaps an evaluation of the election process will look, perhaps an evaluation of what the election process will look like would help better define what shortfalls we have in staffing. Without answers to these basic questions, I believe the measure should not be advanced. Zion Stanton. Hi, I am writing to recommend the veto Adam Bellows sign not to be overridden at this time, an unprecedented budget shortfalls for our local K-12 schools and community college, as well as high unemployment to raise taxes for these 6 positions is horrendous use of resources. We need to adequately fund our schools and public health systems, not add more unnecessary positions. Dale Hepper. I'm opposed to overriding Bellows' veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Barbara Storja Schmidt. I am absolutely positively, without question, against overriding Monroe County Executive Adam Bellows' veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to 6 positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Monroe County taxpayers deserve better. Janet, please help stop the legislature from overriding Mr. Bellows' veto. It is a waste of taxpayer money to fund these 6 positions, especially at a time when essential areas may need additional support during these difficult times. Lori Conlon, I'm opposed to overriding Bellows' veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Keith Wozniak, this veto override for the Board of Elections positions is a waste of taxpayer dollars to create unnecessary positions. Republicans should be ashamed of themselves for an attempt to override this veto. Kim Young, please read at tonight's meeting. As a taxpayer, I am writing to demand that you do not override Adam Bellows' veto of the measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. This is the last thing the taxpayers need. Many people are out of work and hanging on by a thread. This is the wrong way of running county government and reeks of the patronage ways of the past. Start putting the people you work for first and stop being sore losers. Carrie Carroll, I'm running to offer my opposition to this evening's vote and to say the urgency for which this matter is being addressed appears inappropriate. This is the wrong time to add $500,000 to our budget without documenting the need. If the need is genuine, spend the time to document it publicly so that our elected legislature can review and make an educated decision. Caitlin Spacker, I oppose overriding County Executive Bellows' veto. Lane Lennox, I oppose the override of Adam Bellows' veto to add 6 new positions to the Board of Elections. We need cost-cutting measures now. David Moffett, please rethink your actions and have that of the legislature. As someone who moved here 23 years ago and longtime moderate, have voted for Republicans and Democrats based on issues, not party, I can't stand the thought of what is happening with this attempt to override the county exec. We already will be and are facing a budget shortage because of COVID. The last thing we need to come to do with more money for unnecessary positions on a whim. Don't raise our taxes, don't create patronage positions, don't hire without so much of it as a job description. Just don't do this. Please reconsider this meeting / vote tonight and put county over party. Jack McKee, I find it unusual that you call a meeting to override Adam Bellows' veto to add unnecessary patronage jobs to the Board of Elections without public discussion, especially given the current pandemic and resultant economic crisis. This seems to be the wrong time to add the cost of patronage positions to our already high tax burden. Do the right thing and let Adam Bellows' veto stand. If you override the veto and it costs us higher taxes, it won't be forgotten come next election. Robert A. Sutton, at a time when a good portion of the county citizens are unemployed and scrambling to pay for their bills, myself included, I think it's pretty presumptuous of you and the governing body to create jobs that will only take dollar signs from some or needed government entity. Please use some common sense this time around and cancel or postpone any job additions that will add to our overall burden. I'll be watching the outcome and keep in mind when election day rolls around. I'm urging you to now override Mr. Bellows' veto and move away from continued party politics in Monroe County. It's time to work for the people, not your party. Please have this letter entered in. Please have this letter entered into tonight's meeting minutes. Kathy Kosher, this email is my statement for the Monroe County Legislature meeting this evening. The proposal to add 6 supervisory positions to the Monroe County Board of Elections is local government at its absolute worst. The bill was ran through with almost no notice to the legislature. There are no job descriptions, no reorganization plan, and no information about these roles except for how much it will cost taxpayers. In fact, the work to be done by the Board of Elections will not be done by new supervisors. It will be done by the many, many seasonal workers that have already been hired by the board. These 6 positions smell and look like patronage jobs. This body should not force taxpayers to pay their friends, especially during a national economic crisis. John P. Treary, your audacity truly amazes me. Unemployment is at an all-time high. Many people may at the very least remain quarantined. Rochester has a disgraceful city school district. People are living in abject poverty and struggling for food, and you want to rob the taxpayers. You really can look at yourself in the mirror without being ashamed. Please put the money towards RCSD, some struggling nonprofits in our community, the food pantries, or children and family services. I implore you to do the right thing. Cindy Jones, are you seriously going to override the county clerk's decision to eliminate the 6 proposed new positions to the legislature with the tax burden the way it is now? We should be cutting costs, not creating more. Republicans always tell us that the Dems are the tax and spend party. Not so. Come to your senses and keep the taxpayers in mind. Lori Skoog, adding $500,000 to create political patronage jobs at the County Board of Elections under the current circumstances in our county and country is over the top. What exactly is the purpose and why now? Back and forth over the filling the commissioner's seat has caused division, and I feel it has impacted on the creation of these new posts. Why are our legislators afraid to have committee members vote? Once again, it's all about power and control. I'm very disappointed to find Washington-style politics in our county. Adam Bello has made a huge effort to promote a new way of doing business, working with others for the greater good. How about working for your constituents instead of party? Are we so flush with money that we can afford this? Diane O'Mara, what I can determine, it appears these positions are being created for the purpose of providing political supporters with financial support to offset and or increase pension benefits. This action will cost county taxpayers significantly with payroll and employee benefits. Not the time to widen the budget gap even more than what COVID-19 has. Delay this action at a more appropriate time, and in fact, these positions are truly justified. Don't hurt your constituents any more than they have been. Shirley Lissow, in today's climate, this is no time for taxes to be raised. Please reconsider. Melissa A. Maxwell, I stand with Monroe County Executive Adam J. Bello and do not support the establishment of special political positions that would raise taxes. You cannot establish positions without proper job descriptions that have been reviewed and approved by council. No agency or place of employment creates jobs without a need and a specific set of duties and oversight. The anger that the Republican base has against the county executive is disheartening. Regardless of political affiliation, there is an inherent need for parties to work together for the people that they are serving. Raising taxes to feed your ego and attempt to bully another individual is exactly what we do not need. Megan Smith, I am opposed to overriding Bello's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Mary Valenti, I would like to join the growing list of Monroe County residents who oppose the misuse of taxpayer funds by creating 6 additional positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. These positions are an unnecessary expenditure as well as yet another partisan effort to undermine the authority of our newly elected county executive. Neighboring counties have not added additional BOE positions, and a legitimate case cannot be made at this time for such additional staff. Thank you. Amanda Santaracco, I would like to add a comment to be treated out loud at tonight's county legislature meeting in regard to override County Executive Bello's veto and plan to create new positions in the Board of Elections at the expense of the taxpayers. I oppose the override of the County Executive Bello's veto. I feel these positions have been made hastily and without consideration for how this financial burden will affect taxpayers in Monroe County. Tom and Mary Myers, we strongly support the veto of these jobs by County Exec Bello. This is not well thought out or planned. Facing this very important election 2020 is not the time for these jobs, especially presented in this way. We do support the hourly jobs needed to manage the voting in November. Barbara DeRosers, please allow my opposition to veto override of a measure to create 6 highly paid patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections to be included in the meeting minutes of today's 5 p.m. special meeting. As a voter, I specifically voted against Monroe County Republican Party candidates in the last county executive and county legislature election because of the cronyism and patronage jobs that were rampant under the former administration. I also oppose the astronomical tax increase that would be placed on taxpayers in order to reward friends and families with jobs that serve no purpose, do not have written description of duties, and where there is no administrative oversight for the performance of non-existing duties. This reeks of the cronyism Monroe County citizens voted out of office in 2019. Denise and Shelby Young, please rest assured that if County Executive Adam Bella's veto is overturned or if any positions are created that result in tax increases, the 2, soon to be 3 registered voters in our household will respond accordingly. We will actively vote against those involved in every possible opportunity. We actively support campaign activity that opposes those involved at every possible opportunity. We will spread information about the representatives involved attacking the middle class by this action on all channels of social media and ensure our neighbors are informed of these actions. The taxes we pay to live in Monroe County are astronomical to the point that is driving out the middle class. The personal agenda of those involved should not be executed at working families' expenses. Brian Turrow, I do not want my taxes to go up to subsidize patronage positions that have no real function beyond providing money to people who have no experience in government. That money should go to people and programs where it actually helps someone who needs it. It's a shame that people have to even speak up about this. It's your job to be public servants and do what's best for the community, not a selected few patrons. If you can't see that, you're in the wrong profession. Thank you, Adam Bell and Rachel Barnhart, for making this public issue instead of another backroom deal this community pays for. Patty Fallon, at a time when so many have lost income due to the fallout from COVID-19, it is irresponsible and callous to add 6 high salary positions. First, citizens of Monroe County, Missouri right now from their elected officials, not an unnecessary tax burden. Martin Brady. My name is Martin Brady, and I'm a registered voter in Monroe County, 14609, and I strongly oppose the creation of 6 patronage positions at the BOE. I urge Bella's veto stand. I can't believe that I have to reach out about this and that many of our elected leaders are okay. It is clearly not ethical. There was no data presented as to why these positions were needed, what they would entail. This further erodes the people's trust in their local government. These kind of backdoor deals need to end. Kim Smith, I am opposed to overriding Bella's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Sharon Murray, I strongly disagree with your attempts to create 6 new positions at a time when no one has any idea how deep the budget cuts must be to make up for all the COVID-19 related shortfalls and extra expenses. It is extremely illogical and responsible. It is concerning to all taxpayers as we face increasing prices for everyday necessities and a future where legitimate tax increases are already inevitable. Do not take this action. Jason Scott, I'm submitting this email and request it be read into the record of today's meeting of the Monroe County Legislature. At the conclusion of the last legislative session, I voiced my opposition to the use of urgent matter to rush through important legislation through a fast-tracked and expedited legislative process. The use of urgent matters in the previous legislative cycle led to 2 laws, cable and police harassment and annoyance, that represented bad policy making and were thankfully eventually reversed. It is unfortunate that the same practice is being used to significantly alter the organization and staffing of the Board of Elections. I have read County Executive Bella's letter describing his veto decision. I fully understand the concerns he raises in his letter, and I support his veto decision. I urge you to vote no on the decision to override this veto. Any change to the Board of Elections requires a substantial impact on the 2020 budget, should be introduced, justified, and embedded through the normal legislative process. Betty Wells, I wish to state my strong opposition to the late called Republican County Legislature special meeting to override Mr. Bello's veto. In our current pandemic, taxes, thus services are already being severely curtailed. To raise taxes for 6 unnecessary political patronage positions in the Board of Elections is reprehensible. I remember when the Republican Party nominally stood for fiscal conservatism, no more. I'm a registered voter in Monroe County for the past 40 years and have never missed an election. I'll remember that the Republican Party abuses its power and vote accordingly. Timothy Conlon, please accept this email as a form of protest to the planned addition of 6 new positions totaling a proposed amount of $500,000. These positions needed within the Board of Elections must be reviewed with more precise research. It seems like a quick knee-jerk reaction to Governor Cuomo's direction on the absentee ballot process. I'm a businessman who employs many people in management and supervisor levels. These numbers averaging $83,000 in these positions seem very much out of the range for the job function. I stand with Adam Bello on this veto. I have the record showing I'm a registered Republican voter in Monroe County. Damian Zimmerman, as a Monroe County resident, I wanted to take a moment and express my disappointment in this potential override of Adam Bello's veto regarding our county's budget. Steps you are attempting to take today are just one more example of why the general public doesn't engage in politics. I understand this falls on deaf ears, but it would be great not to have yet another example of partisan nonsense interrupt our politics. Vicky Renia, I am disturbed at the actions of both sides of the county legislature to try and, quote, sneak, close quote, in 6 jobs, totally a cost to our community of $500,000 annually. Where are the job description, where are the job qualifications? Doesn't the county have a job requisition process like almost any other business? If these indeed are necessary positions, then the justifications can be fully vetted. Mark Forrest Patrick, it has been brought to my attention today that the Monroe County Legislature has called a special meeting to override County Executive Adam Bello's veto. I might remind you that the people of Monroe County spoke out in the last election and defeated a Republican county executive because we had enough of your tax schemes. Businesses and taxpayers have been closed and out of work for almost 3 months due to the pandemic. Residents are losing their jobs, homes, and businesses. The greed from the Republican County Legislature must stop, and this increase must be stopped. The taxpayers have spoken, and we'll speak again in November. Brian and Mary Caitlin Wright, I would like the statement read this evening, and I would like to acknowledge that you received the statement. I strongly oppose the county legislature's attempt to add 6 highly paid patronage jobs at the Board of Elections, and I strongly oppose any attempt at overrides. This is clearly a Republican and Democratic Party attempt for patronage jobs for friends and political gain. I guess it is heartening that you can work together on something. I am disgusted by all sides in this matter. Please don't embarrass our community. We have bigger things we need to be addressing currently. Brian Schifrin, please read this letter at the county legislature meeting. At a time that our county is dealing with tremendous economic impact of the pandemic, meaning that our citizens are hurting for money and county tax receipts are down sharply, the supporters of the creation of 6 new patronage positions at the Board of Elections at an annual cost of $500,000 reveal their contempt for taxpayers of this community. This is a shameful act that will not be forgotten come future elections. Aurora Brannigan Fromm, I support Adam Bello's veto of the county legislature's attempt to add 6 highly paid patronage jobs at the Board of Elections. Now, with very little notice, the legislature has called a meeting for 5 p.m. tonight to override his veto, again without public discussion or debate. Please review my comments opposing the override read into the record at this evening's legislature meeting. Lisa Orsini, I strongly oppose the veto override and stand with Adam Bello regarding the measure that would raise taxes $500,000 for 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. This measure should be voted on with the normal hearing process so legislators can have ample time to consider the measure. Jennifer Smith, I am deeply disturbed by attempts to overrule the veto of these new positions. The fact that they try to rush these things and sneak them in is appalling. Please do not let them continue this way. We voted Adam Bello for a reason. I stand with him on this issue. Pauline Howell, I would ask that you not override Bello's veto of hiring 6 supervisory positions for our county. Us taxpayers cannot take any tax hikes to pay for these positions as the unemployment is high during this pandemic. I would ask that you and your party take a look at what you have right now and bring that up to Bello to see if you can adjust employees around. Think of community and all the hardships you're facing now and don't override Bello. Jeff Van Tassel. I have no idea what the expletive is going on, but I am against creating 6 new positions at this time for the BOE. Now isn't the time for this type of wasteful spending of our tax dollars. Put out some more info on why these are needed, and maybe we can all get behind this, but for now, it's a no. Thank you. Kathleen Thomas, I stand with our Monroe County Executive, Adam Bello. I'm opposed to overriding his veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Ellen Bennett, I am opposed to overriding Bello's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Now is not the time for this unchecked spending without public debate. Ann Tischer, please share my comments regarding the creation of 6 new election positions at this time. Are you nuts? People are talking about a financial depression nationally. This taxpayer will remember you by name if you vote for these irresponsible financial fluff patronage shops. Vote no. James W. Schneider, I oppose the meeting called tonight to override Adam Bello's veto of his fiscal response to the Board of Elections. Thanks. Linda Palmer, we can't afford new taxes, no new political positions at the Board of Elections. Katie Oram, Monroe County legislators who attempt to override this veto are out of their minds if they think voters want a tax increase to support several unnecessary political positions on the BOE for Republican-owned political benefit. The legislators who vote to override this veto are living on another planet where families haven't been financially impacted by COVID, or where governments need to somehow be bigger and more expensive than it is. This is pathetic, self-serving attempt by Republicans to limit voters' voices and also charge them more for it. It's gross and undemocratic. Susan and Bart Lafernio, we adamantly oppose the veto override of a proposed action that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid, unnecessary political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. We stand with County Executive Adam Bellows. We demand better for Monroe County. This is a blatant misuse of power and it is of no benefit to the taxpayers for this county. We are sick and tired of the manipulation of power, standing up for what is right for once, angry and dismayed. Greg Pulowski, stop creating political patronage jobs, don't raise our taxes anymore so you can give your political donors, allies a payoff job in government. Start doing your job. Serve the community that voted you into the office. Maybe if you had half the integrity of Adam Bello or Rachel Barnhart, rampant political corruption within our local government would subside. Do the right thing for all of us. Give this veto override up. Go home and take some time to reflect on how best to serve constituents. Alexandria Gorski, I'm opposed to providing Bello's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections, Henrietta, New York. Suzanne Meredith, I wish my remarks were to be read into the public record this evening. It is unconscionable to me that despite the community voting for change by selecting Adam Bello as Monroe County Executive, you still persist in the same underhanded secret tactics as before. I ask you not to override his veto or of your attempt to add 6 highly paid patronage positions at the Board of Elections. Even under normal circumstances, this would be reprehensible. But we are facing unprecedented financial strain and instability, yet you still push to waste taxpayer money. Such an expense should be an open public discussion and debate, not wheeled and deal in back rooms, out of sight, out of your constituents and our county leader. The old ways of doing things is not acceptable. Past practice is not best practice, and in this situation, even more so. Ryan Galado, I stand with Executive Bello and oppose your attempt to override his veto. If you continue with this measure and further raise our taxes, I will make sure to work with him to vote you and your colleagues out of office. Kristen Nolan, I am opposed to overriding Bello's veto of a measure that would raise taxes $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. Selma Obradovic, I am opposed to overriding Bellows' veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. That's not right. Martin Grisanti, I asked to have my comments opposing the override and read into the record at this evening's legislature meeting. Beth Watts, please add my comments to the special meeting tonight. Now is not the time to add 6 permanent positions to the Board of Elections when Monroe County is facing a budget shortfall of at least $68 million in the county budget. There must be other alternatives to help the Board of Elections for this election cycle rather than adding 6 permanent supervisory positions. It is wrong and irresponsible to override the county executive. Now is the time to work with Adam Bello, not against him. There are too many serious issues facing the county for these divisive politics to continue. People are sick, hungry, and out of work. This reeks of the same financial irresponsibility that the Rochester City School Board was guilty of. Just stop, vote no on the veto override vote. Corrine, I am a lifetime resident of Monroe County, going back 3 generations to when one side of the family arrived here via the Erie Canal. Established was at once the largest poultry farm in New York State. My paternal grandfather was a constable in the town of Greece. Although my family members and I were staunch Republicans, I chose not to be affiliated with any party. Rather, I vote for the person I feel best qualified to hold office. With that background in mind, I know that any Republicans who support the addition of 6 new administrative positions at the Board of Elections will certainly not receive my support. Considering the financial strain on Monroe County residents from this pandemic, instead of the unnecessary and unneeded expenditure that will result in tax increases and further cripple the struggling community, efforts must be made by the county to decrease expenses, most particularly frivolous and unnecessary expenses such as the current proposal. With complete support from Monroe County Executive Adam Bello, I adamantly oppose the veto override. I'm writing today to support County Executive Adam Bello's veto of the creation of positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. These are not only unnecessary, they are wasteful. At a time when families are trying to recover financially from the blow of a pandemic, it is irresponsible to say the least. The very last thing taxpayers in Monroe County need right now is a tax hike. As part of the struggling tax-paying homeowners in Monroe County, we demand that the veto stand. Justin Hopp, it's fiscally irresponsible to create new positions within the Board of Elections at the cost of approximately $500,000 annually. It is reprehensible to consider such positions during a time of taxation and income shortages. That these positions are to be political appointments is such an egregious affront to the will of the voters that anyone in favor of the creation of these positions should seriously reconsider the purpose of public service. Paul T. Sohn, I support County Executive Adam Bello's veto of the political appointees to the Board of Elections. Because of the coronavirus, there is significant tax shortfall, and the additional increase in taxes to pay for these positions on top of what our taxes will go up is an unforeseeable request. Thank you for allowing my input. Paul Joannis, I am writing to express my extreme displeasure at the plan to override County Executive's veto of the plan to add 6 members of the Board of Elections. This entire process smacks of old school politics and have no place in 21st century Rochester, not to mention the expected tax increase to pay for them. I strongly encourage the members of the legislature to vote against overturning County Executive Bello's veto. Nancy Rayner, I email to ask that you not pass the measures to fund 6 positions at the Board of Elections. At this time, at any time, we do not need to fund patronage positions, but especially now when our county and our state are facing huge deficits that are so many needs for funding, not to mention taxpayers facing very difficult times. A vote to approve such would be especially egregious. Do the right thing. Do not approve the funding for these positions. Thank you. John Zaffino, I am writing to voice my opposition that the attempt to override the veto of the creation of the 6 BOC oversight positions is destructive and ill-advised. People need to know that they can trust their government and their votes will be counted and considered appropriately. And steps taken to institute these positions fall outside of the due process. The initiation of such roles would require it. Please reconsider this course of action as it looks to be an attempted power grab to citizens eroding faith in local government. Steve Scott, I am a Monroe County resident. I respectfully oppose the veto override and urge our elected officials to come to a bipartisan agreement to resolve any issues that pertain to staffing the Board of Elections. Donna Delmer, I am writing to express my disgust with Republican county legislators who have overridden County Executive Bell's veto of a measure that would raise taxes by $500,000 to create 6 highly paid political patronage positions at the Monroe County Board of Elections. We need change and not the kind of change that these GOP dinosaurs are trying to make. As Bello has stated, this is the wrong way of running county government and reeks of the patronage ways of the past. Monroe County voted against these wrong-headed moves and we voted Bello into a place, no more political patronage. Sean Jeffers, I've lived in Monroe County my entire life until about 2 weeks ago from today. We left mostly because of taxes in Monroe County and this type of not well thought out expenses and proper due diligence of using taxpayer dollars. When school districts alone are being forced with 20% or more reductions and many families are without jobs and may have to move in coming months, you do things that will force more people to move out of Monroe County where taxes are less and thought out processes and government work together. I do not support, and I think the transparency of creating 6 VOE positions need to be shared with every taxpayer immediately before it should ever move forward. Timing of this to me seems simply to sneak something by while the world is paying attention to more important matters, and that is downright deplorable. Government needs checks and balances, and people are sick of personal agendas instead of what you were voted in to do. I commend Adam Bello for the work he has done and not allowing this to go without checks and balances. Please stop the nonsense and do what is right for the taxpayers in our community. Please do better for my friends and family and their future. I can start with you, but let's cut the nonsense and do what is right for the entire county. Kim Hartquist, please register my opposition to the measure to put into place 6 full-time new positions at the potential cost of $500,000 to the taxpayers in Monroe County, regardless of any political reason for doing this. Now is not the time to add to the financial burden of so many folks who are struggling during this pandemic. It is my understanding that Mr. Bello has a plan to add seasonal employees as needed to handle the change in voting process caused by the pandemic. I support the spending, but I do not support adding of 6 new full-time positions. Tasha Zer, I, as a citizen of Monroe County, demand you rescind your veto vote of Adam Bello on the BEO positions. What you're doing is outrageous and not democratic. Please rethink this position. Kim Kearney, how can you, as my county legislators, vote in favor of creating 6 new patronage positions within the Monroe County Board of Elections at a time of massive unemployment and budget deficits within Monroe County and across the state? The vote would be nothing short of an egregious abuse of taxpayer trust. Putting the new positions in place at a time of cutbacks in county services will become a chargeback to already overtaxed residents. I charge you as a legislator representing me to bring your integrity to bear and to serve the people you're elected to serve. Put party and politics aside and vote to uphold the veto. Thank you. Mr. President, that concludes the public forum.
Thank you, Mr. Moffett. We will now proceed with the consideration of motions, resolutions, and notices. Will the clerk read the next item on the agenda?
Item number 1, referral 20-0199, providing that the veto by the county executive of resolution number 169 of 2020 be overridden.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by Legislator Brew, seconded by Legislator Felder.
Second, yeah, second.
Motion.
Override the county. There's a motion to override the county's executive veto. Before we go to discussion, I'd like to clear up some misconceptions about the original legislation and the use of matters of urgency. This referral originally came to us last month as a matter of urgency. I deem this to be a matter of urgency as there have been ongoing conversations about staffing at the Board of Elections. I assisted in facilitating discussions between Minority Leader Felder and Majority Leader Brew about changing staffing needs in the Board of Elections. These staffing needs were further confirmed after several conversations with Republican Elections Commissioner Nicolay and Acting Democratic Elections Commissioner Boos. In addition, I personally have had conversations regarding staffing in the Board of Elections involving Deputy County Executive Jeff McCann. The administration was aware that these conversations were ongoing. Having been aware of these ongoing conversations, I felt this staffing legislation was very important and should be considered by this honorable body urgently. I still view this matter as urgent, which is why I have called for this special meeting this evening. Since I have called this meeting, I have been made aware that Legislator Morelli has accused me of not working with Democratic legislators and being divisive. Obviously, he must not be aware that I have been working with his Democratic Minority Leader Felder for weeks on this matter. So to blatantly lie about my actions, he is the one dividing
Point of
our
order,
community.
Mr. President. Are you making a comment or are you just making political
Legislator
attacks?
Morelli, if you're going to copy me
Yeah,
on
okay,
your
Mr.
emails
President, there you
to
go.
constituents, at least try to tell the truth. Now, let's
Mr. President,
discuss the
my
referral.
comments were truthful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Legislator Mafucci, a little decorum. Where did you learn your rules?
When you accuse.
Point of order, Mr. President, you'd have to have decorum yourself in order to know what it was.
I will call you out.
Legislator Morelli, you're out of order. Legislator Felder, you have
As
the
are
floor.
you, Mr. President, as are you.
But you don't have the authority to call me out of order, Legislator Morelli. You can't even control your caucus. Now, Legislator Brew.
Well, Mr. President, at least most of my caucus understands the importance of making sure taxpayers get what they deserve and aren't.
Legislator Morelli,
and
Legislator
nine
Morelli,
members
you're out
us
of
are
order.
certainly more
Legislator
interested
Brew
in
has the
protecting
floor.
taxpayers
Legislator
than you are,
Morelli,
Mr.
you're out of
President.
order. Legislator Brew has the floor.
Thank you, Mr.
Legislator
President.
Brew?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Am I being heard okay?
Yes, you're fine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. The legislation vetoed by County Executive Annabello received bipartisan support from both Republican and Democrat county legislators, with a supermajority of the legislature voting in favor of the proposal. The members of the legislature who supported the measure did so because they support free and fair elections. To characterize this move as a tax increase is blatantly false and nothing more than a smokescreen to mask a politically motivated decision by the county executive. The Board of Elections budget fluctuates yearly, and the cost increases this year will be offset by future seasonal cost decreases. If you were to compare historical budget figures, you would see actual expenses regularly come in under budget. Going back to 2012, the average variance between yearly variance between amended revenue and the actual expenses is over $800,000 per year on the side of the surplus. Going forward, these positions will be able to fully be absorbed into the Board of Elections operating budget without any impact on the taxpayers. I repeat, this is not a tax increase, and any word to the contrary is nothing more than an attempt to mislead taxpayers. For this year only, we need to appropriate funds from the unassigned fund balance since the Board of Elections is already stretched so thin due to the numerous executive orders issued by Governor Cuomo related to holding of elections. These funds have already been collected from taxpayers, are sitting in an account, and are the result of past general fund budget surpluses. It is worth pointing out that in the county's recently released comprehensive annual report, the unassigned general fund balance, the very fund that is funding these positions for the remainder of this year only, increased nearly 20%, or about $3 million last year under Republican financial management. You do not hear the county executive mention that because it does not fit the narrative he is trying to spin. You will also not hear the mention of the fact that the county executive created a new position for himself called aide to the county executive. Mr. President, I will be voting to override this veto and urge my legislative colleagues to do the same.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Legislator Brew. Further discussion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Legislator Felder? No, Legislator Felder, I think. Legislator Felder, did you speak up? I think I heard.
Yes, Mr. President. It is unfortunate that this discussion has seemed to devolve, particularly troubled by the distorted message that seemed to have gone out to all the constituents who called in. I want to applaud the county executive for a very effective robocall campaign. It certainly got people energized. The fact is, I believe that you cannot put a price tag on the ability for the Board of Elections to operate. And I think we've seen, particularly particularly on the Democratic side, on both sides, particularly the Democratic side, a lot of individuals who decided to go out on sick leave, medical leave now, in the weeks leading up to a primary. And they all seem to be connected to a particular person. And it's very troubling, but the fact is we need the Board of Elections to be able to operate. And we need the Board of Elections to be able to be structured in such a way where one person leaving, like the IT person, doesn't jack up the entire Board of Elections, or the training person, which someone had to be reassigned from somewhere else to take care of training. And it seems to me that the focus on the cost, yes, there's a cost, but in a democratic society, if we don't have free elections, if we don't have fair elections, if we can't trust the integrity of our elections, we don't have a democracy. And I think that it would behoove all of us to really think about that. And timing of things, people want to argue about the timing of this, the timing of that, the matter of urgency, and those things. The fact is, this needs to be done. And and I respect the opinions of those in my caucus who have a different opinion. That's why I've not chosen to attack any of them, because I believe that people have a right to their own opinions. But the fact is, it is my belief, particularly as we look to primaries coming up, and for the Democrats in particular, the primary is, in a lot of cases, the election, because particularly there are certain seats that if you win the primary, you won the election. And so the primary has to be a point of focus right now. And particularly for those Democrats in the city, we have African Americans running for several positions in this city and countywide, state senate, assembly, clerk, Congress. And regardless of what my political position may be on any of those, or who I think should win any of those seats, the fact is, they need to be comfortable, and the people in the city need to be comfortable that their votes will count, and that the election will be handled in an efficient manner. And it's for that reason that I unfortunately will have no choice but to vote to override the county executive's veto.
Mr. President, Sean Delahanty.
Legislator Delahanty, you have the floor. Thank you.
Through the president, what are some of the job descriptions for each of the new positions?
Through the president, Mr. Delahanty, if you would allow me, I would just like to clarify a few things about the Board of Elections, if you would give me that opportunity.
Please do.
So I'm sitting with Acting Commissioner Booth. This is Commissioner Nicolay. I just want you all to know that we currently have 38 full-time employees in the board, 19 Republicans, 19 Democrats. Of those 38 employees, 6 are out on Family Medical Leave Act, which leaves us with 32 full-time employees to process and support 466,000 registered voters. We have been putting in a tremendous amount of overtime. The staff here, every single one of them deserves a raise. They have been working for the past 3 weeks, 12-hour days, 6 and 7 days a week. So please don't disguise this as political motivated. This is an actual need in the department to do the jobs that LaShawna and I were given to do. If you would like us to talk about the additional positions, the only thing that I would start with is I don't consider them high paid. I suppose the Assistant Deputy Commissioner is a Group 20. That's the one everyone keeps talking about because it starts at $76,000. That's a decent wage. The 2 that are Group 15s start at $47,000 a year, and the 2 Group 10s are $33,000 a year jobs. No one is getting rich down here. My colleague LaShawna will talk to you about the job descriptions that we did disseminate to each of you on both sides of the aisle earlier today, because you asked for the duties of what these people would be doing, and so I'm going to let her talk for a little bit.
So, through the president, when we sat down to discuss some of the duties as it pertains to the positions, with the assistant deputy commissioner, some of the things we described that they would do would be more technical and complex, more supervisory and administrative work. They would be directing registration, absentee activities, voting, and election activities throughout the county. They would also be exercising supervision over the office staff and our poll workers. During election periods, they will arrange for various voting precincts. They'll supervise our voting lists and publish our public notices. They'll also be available to support budgeting activities and other HR functions that we are responsible for here in this department. This will allow for both the Republican and Democratic side to have representatives, specialists within our department, as we still have to work closely with county administration, both for our budget and our HR functions. Specifically as it pertains to our information services supervisor, we know that that's a definite need because with county IT, we do work very closely with them. However, with the specific technology that's coming out related to elections, we definitely feel it's a need to have someone within the department, specifically as one of the issues that came up with procuring the technology last year for early voting. We did not have sufficient support with county IT to review all of the technology that we were bringing in, which then resulted in a lot of the issues that we saw at early voting when we implemented it last general election. As far as with training and recruitment, we definitely have a very qualified team, but we also need the additional support because of the fact that we now have early voting and the number of poll workers that will be required to be trained will then increase. We know that potentially it could be upward to another additional 1,000 people that we could be training. And so having that supervisory role will help continue to manage the increase that we're going to see as it pertains to sufficiently supporting poll workers and the training that they'll need with the new technology. When we talk about supervisor of absentee voting, some of the duties will specifically require someone who will need to be knowledgeable with all the intricacies that pertains to what has happened with absentee voting. So one of the things we know that's still pending related to absentee voting is no-fault legislation, which passed in 2019. However, we do know that it needs to go through the state legislature again this upcoming cycle, and then there needs to be a vote for a referendum on the ballot. So we know that no-fault absentee is coming, which we're kind of seeing what the result of that will look like right now with the executive order that the governor has issued as it pertains to mailing out absentee applications to all voters for the various elections that will occur in a specific year. So you need someone who is knowledgeable in that election law because it's more than just worker bee information. You have to be very detail oriented, and you have to know you have to have a knowledge of the legislation. We ask for the additional trainer because, again, when it comes to supporting training poll workers, you're going to need the additional people to actually work. You're going to need the additional people to actually provide the proper training to the population of poll workers that we're going to see.
They also secure locations.
And they also secure locations for polling sites, and they have to secure locations for actually training the poll workers.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure. And
Legislator
again,
Payne,
through the
Legislator
president.
Delahanty has the floor. You know he has the floor.
Oh, I didn't
Go ahead,
realize it wasn't done.
Through the president, what do you anticipate being the primary responsibilities of each of these positions in future years when it is not a presidential election year and when we are not impacted by a pandemic?
Go ahead.
Through the president, these positions aren't just geared towards a presidential year. These are geared towards the future of election laws in general. So specifically, when we talk about the information services position, that is specifically related to the fact that Board of Elections technology has not changed in 20 plus years. And so when we see the technology that we're having right now that we rolled out in the fall for early voting, there were a number of issues that needed to be resolved that our current staff just did not have the educational background to provide the support that we needed to resolve those issues related to technology. And then when we talk about training and recruitment, once again, that literally has to do with the fact that we are, with implementing early voting, you're going to need the additional staff because you need the people.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yep. And through the president, what is the current structure for supervision of seasonal employees?
Through the president, to be perfectly honest with you, LaShawna and I went out and found our seasonal employees because we needed them so quickly that her and I are supervising them at least as far as getting them here, getting them started. And then we have some very fantastic worker bees, as LaShawna said, that we have chosen and said, hey, can you show this person how to do absentee ballot entry? Can you show this person how we process a ballot when it comes back in? So honestly, our full-time staff has stepped up tremendously, and they have, helped get these seasonal kids, most of them are young people, these seasonal employees working, and once, then they get interrupted if they have questions and things, so it's taking away from their day-to-day work. But our staff is second to none. They have stepped up in every way. They have embraced these seasonals because they realize that they are helping the team move the boulder up the hill. And so yes, long answer, but yes, we're all pitching in and helping.
And through the president, with a drastic increase in seasonal hires, especially in new hires, to carry out a significantly increased workload, have you seen a need for additional training, extra supervision to support all these new employees?
You want to go? You want me to go? Through the president, yes. When LaShawna and I first realized how much work we had ahead of us and frankly how understaffed the board has been, we sat down and came up with a plan, and it didn't just include these positions, it also included additional seasonals, which we were able to secure some through the county executive's human resources department. They were helpful with seasonals. They were not willing to assist with any full-time hires. So even though they are equally as needed or more needed, it's great that we have probably as many seasonals here as we do full-timers right now. We probably have 30-something coming and going seasonals, and once for the most part, they're really good. And once we get them trained and they're doing repetitive tasks, they're keeping up. But then there's a shift in task, or, the ballots come in and then there's questions. Oh, this one doesn't have a signature. What do we do with that? So even the people who are pitch hitting as supervisors right now are getting interrupted regularly. So yes, those permanent supervisors, managers, team leads. I don't care what you call them. It could be a more senior person, just someone who's worked at the board in absentee voting for 5 or 6 or 10 years, and they are the natural leader of that little group. That's who would be probably chosen for one of these positions.
And finally, through the president, acknowledging that more seasonal staff than ever have been hired in the BOE, what is your reasoning for creating 6 positions that are more supervisory in nature rather than just hiring more seasonal employees?
Because the need is not just the overall need in the board is year-round. You know, back in the day, we used to have 2 elections, right? We were scheduled to have 6 election days this year. And it doesn't include early voting. There is just a lot more work to do, frankly. And seasonals serve a fantastic purpose when there is a big influx of work, but you know, the regular preparation and adjustment and management of the board is lacking. People are working. I mean, I'm happy to share with you, I pulled some overtime files. In 2009, thank you. I'm sorry, 2019, those same, you know, 37 employees worked 9,400 hours of overtime. Nope, excuse me, more than that. Yeah, 9,400 hours of overtime at the tune of $189,550. In the presidential year, which the last presidential year, 2016, there was 14,271 hours of overtime at a tune of $259,862. I think it's fantastic that we compensate people for overtime, but the amount of hours that these people are working and they're expected to work, I think it's unreasonable, frankly. And I think that additional full-time employees will take a lot of that burden away. And I hope that with those full-timers and, when needed, seasonal employees to, you know, plug those holes, that we'll have a much better operation running here and preparing for future elections.
Mr. President, this is Legislator Mike Zale.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Legislator Zale, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I believe I was next.
No,
thank you,
I
Mr.
called
President.
next, and I heard Legislator Zale. I'll call you when I feel you're ready. Okay, you'll have your chance, Legislator Baines. Doesn't matter if you talk before or after. Legislator Zale.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to just say that I'm particularly troubled by some of the comments that have been made by our county executive, Mr. Bello. And the reason is that I have honestly enjoyed a very healthy professional relationship with the county executive. But the statements that were made at his press conference yesterday were well beyond anything that we have talked about personally as far as the right way to go about county business. The county executive intentionally mischaracterized the false narrative that the Republican majority alone is behind some sort of waving of the hand. In his press conference, he referred to the Republican majority 5 times in a politically motivated scolding of bipartisan efforts to support free and fair elections. I find it odd, because we constantly talk about wanting unity and bipartisanship. But the last time I checked, this resolution was adopted with bipartisan supermajority of the legislature, sponsored by both the Republican majority leader and the Democrat minority leader, and brought at the request of the Republican elections commissioner and Democratic acting elections commissioners, who we just heard from, both agreeing in saying that there is a need for these positions. There were a number of emails that just demanded that we worked together in a bipartisan way, and that's exactly what happened. Why was he so adamant to mischaracterize this situation into being a one-party alone operation? It's purposefully divisive in a situation and an era in this world where we do not need this. It's undermining the independence of the Board of Elections and interfering with free and fair elections. So with that said, I will be voting to override the county executive's politically motivated veto, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I hope we can return to some semblance of bipartisanship, which is the nature of this legislation, the vote, and our Board of Elections commissioners. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Legislator Flagler Mitchell. Legislator Flagler Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Just a question to the administration. The members who have went out on sick leave, can you let me know what positions they were in? Through you, Mr. President, to the administration.
Through you, Mr. President, I do not want to overstep our bounds of personnel information, so I don't think it's appropriate if we answer that with titles. It would be too easy to determine who the actual individuals are.
Okay, thank you. Well, through you, Mr.
I apologize.
President. That's fine. That's fine. Definitely, I understand. Just through you to the administration. Was these personnel paid the same as the personnel that is there now, or was they being paid more, or?
Through the president, the people that are out on family medical leave range in pay from a group 6 to a group 16. So they actually run a wide range of the department.
All right, thank you. Through you to the administration, would you have considered these positions critical positions?
Through you, Mr. President, with the small staff we have, I think every person who is here is critical. So yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, just to the administration. Have y'all asked for help when the personnel started to call in sick?
Through the president, yes, we did. We approached the county executive's HR director in combination with looking for some additional help. If we could double fill, which is a term we've used in the county before, while someone is absent, hire someone temporarily to fill in while someone is out.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
And that request dates back to April.
That was my next question. Thank you. How far back did that go? Thank you. And just through you, Mr. President, to the administration, what was the answer?
Through the president, the answer was we can help you by allowing you to have a few more seasonals. And when pushed, I believe they told us that we could upgrade. We could hire someone seasonally in that job, but that when the person came back, then they would not have a job. And as you probably could guess, that's difficult to fill.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, through you, we respond to that, please.
Were you done, Legislator Flagler?
I wasn't done. No, I wasn't.
He wasn't done, Legislator Baines. You jumped the gun again. I'll call on you.
We have something to add to his question.
It wasn't me.
Well, I don't think you can do that. He has the floor. He has the floor. Legislator Flagler Mitchell, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just through you to the administration, I have a predominantly Black and brown district, and I know that when we had the early voting in the past, that we had some difficulty with technology. Some was the tablet books, some people, and I got complaints from a lot of constituents that their name wasn't in the book, that should have been in the books. Folks were being turned away. Some areas had long lines. And now we have 4 in the city right now. Do you believe that you are prepared to be able to handle 4 early voting sites in the city with the staffing you have now? Through you to the administration.
I mean, we don't know because of the increase in absentee.
Right. So through you, Mr. President, we would say that right now we wouldn't be able to give an answer to that. We are doing our best to get not only poll workers prepared, but so that poll workers are able to instruct voters on how to utilize the equipment. We're also trying to get that's one of the reasons why one of the positions is absolutely needed, specifically when we talk about our information services department. So we're hoping that that all our poll workers will be ready with the staff that we currently have that are training, that they will be more comfortable with providing the support to voters as they come into the various polling sites to use the new equipment.
Thank you. And just through you to the administration, how do y'all feel? What are some of your concerns if we was not to override this veto? To you, Mr. President, to the administration.
Through you, Mr. President, I guess my biggest fear would be not being able to complete the job that LaShawna and I have been assigned to complete. You know, her and I, along with our staff, because we are here as much as they are, have been working 12 hours every day. I take Sundays off. But I think that, you know, honestly, if we didn't get these, we would probably make our staff work 14 or 15 hours a day and on Sundays, because we are required by New York State to, you know, to follow these deadlines, to get certain things filed on days they come in. You know, we're getting, and we haven't even, and just to add on to that, we haven't even discussed any of the post-election activities that we will be mandated to do by New York State election law. So at any point, these positions are critical because we need the support.
All right, you know, I want to explain my vote, but I have one more question. Do you believe the constituents, do you, Mr. President, to the administration, do you believe that the voters will be, if we don't approve these positions, do you believe that the voters will have a fair and equitable election without problem?
Through you to the president, I would say that LaShawna and I could agree that with these additional positions, we will do our very best to guarantee that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, throughout this country, you know, communities of color has been disenfranchised, especially when it comes to elections. And what I see here is a perfect example of experimenting when an election getting ready to happen. What I'm saying is that next Saturday, the primary election pretty much starts with early voting. And a huge part of our constituency is who vote in these primary elections. Oh, my fear is if we don't make sure that we are staffed, that folks going to be turned away. We're going to have the long lines. We're going to have the technical difficulties. We're going to have people names missing out of vote books and, you know, all types of flaws that if we had the extra hands, that it will help. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to be a perfect scenario. This is going to be a perfect thing. However, you know, we just saw on Saturday the folks in my community and show their frustration. And one thing we don't want to do, we don't want to experiment during a time of an election, especially when a number of the voters are people of color who's going to be voting in this election. I think if we're going to look at what we need to do, I'm going to vote to override because my community need to be ensured that their votes, when they go to vote, that everything is going to be working. And you know what, it ain't a perfect world, but I believe the extra hands is going to help. And at the end of the day, you know, when I sat and talked with some of my constituents, when I go in door to door, they're concerned. One, they don't trust the mail-in ballot. So I'm already going to tell you there are going to be a lot of people coming to the polls. They do not trust the mail-in ballot. They want to be able to go in and they want to be able to vote. So at the end of the day, we can't forget primaries where a large number of minorities vote to only worry about general elections. The primary is where our constituents vote for the person they want to go on and represent them in the general election. And because it is right here, it's pretty much Saturday. We cannot continue to play with this legislation. And most of the people that called and voiced their opinions, you know, I appreciate them doing their civic duty and continue to fight and voice your concerns. However, I will be voting to override this because I've been at the doors and I know what my constituents want. So I will be overriding this.
Thank you,
Mr.
Legislator
President.
Flagler Mitchell. Legislator Baines,
Thank you,
you have
Mr.
the floor.
President. Legislator Zale is correct. We did hear from our 2 election commissioners, but we also heard tonight from 240 residents of Monroe County. And I'm a big believer in listening to the people. And many of them expressed concerns about this matter being pushed through. And out of respect for the voters, to give them an opportunity to be heard more fully and more completely, I move to table this matter until our regular meeting on Tuesday.
Second.
And I rise to explain my vote at your leisure, Mr. President.
Not debate.
Tabling, who seconded that?
Morelli.
Who seconded that? I think it was Rachel Barnhart, correct?
too.
No discussion on a tabling motion. We'll go to a roll call vote.
On the tabling motion, Mr. Brew,
No.
Mr. Felder,
No.
sorry, Mr. Brew votes no. Mr. Felder votes no. Mr. Alcoffer,
No.
Mr. Alcoffer votes no. Mr. Ansello,
No.
Mr. Ansello votes no. Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart votes yes. Mr. Broth,
Yes.
Mr. Broth votes yes. Mr. Baines,
Yes.
Mr. Baines votes yes. Ms. Boyce,
No.
Boyce votes no. Mr. Delahanty,
No.
Mr. Florio,
No.
Mr. Florio votes no. Mr. Dondorfer,
No.
Mr. Dondorfer votes no. Mr. Flagler Mitchell,
No.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes no. Ms. Hassman,
Yes.
Ms. Hassman votes yes. Mr. Hebert,
No.
Mr. Hebert votes no. Mr. Keofet-Lacey,
No.
Mr. Keofet-Lacey votes no. Ms. Lamar,
No.
Ms. Lamar votes no. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee's muted. We'll come back.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee votes no. Mr. Mafucci. Mr. Mafucci.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Mafucci votes yes. Mr. Marionetti.
No.
Mr. Marionetti votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Yes.
Mr. Morelli votes yes. Ms. Roman.
She was dropped from the call. Can you let her in?
Yep. She's right now not pending, but we can hold the vote open for her to,
Thank
if
you.
she does not join before. Ms. Smith.
No.
Ms. Smith votes no. Ms. Taylor.
No.
Taylor votes no. Mr. Turp.
No.
Mr. Turp votes no. Mr. Wilcox.
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox votes yes. Mr. Wilt.
No.
Mr. Wilt votes no. Mr. Udelson.
Yes.
Mr. Udelson votes yes. Mr. Zale.
No.
Mr. Zale votes no. President Carbone.
No.
President Carbone votes no. The vote fails 8-20, but will be held open to allow Ms. Roman to cast a vote when she re-enters the meeting, which is now. Give us a moment. Ms. Roman, before you is a motion to table the motion to override the veto of the county executive. Do you wish to cast a vote on the matter?
Can you please repeat the motion?
Sure. The motion before you is to table
Yes.
the main question, which is a motion to override the veto of the county executive of Resolution 169 of 2020.
Yes,
The
yes.
yes vote is a vote
To table.
you'd like to vote yes?
Yep.
Vote yes to table.
Thank you.
9-20, motion to table fails.
Legislator Baines, did you want to explain your vote? Did I understand that?
Yes.
I'd like to speak as well.
Go ahead.
Do I still have the floor, Mr. President?
Yes, Legislator Baines, I believe you said after the vote you wanted to explain your vote.
Yes, I do. Thank you so
Go
much.
ahead, you have the floor.
My vote tonight will be to stop the override motion because the people of this county were not given an opportunity to understand what was going to happen. Now you, Mr. President, with all due respect, I didn't know you were doing so much work talking to people about this before it showed up in our inbox just before the meeting, but we didn't know anything about it. And the county executive has not indicated to me that he understood that this was coming, quite the contrary. So it seems to me there's a miscommunication with respect to how much collaboration went on. I've also learned, subsequent to this matter starting, that these jobs could have been paid for with COVID money if they were proposed by the administration and not proposed by the legislators, the minority leader and the majority leader. And further, these jobs could be made effective for the year and not permanent. So we wouldn't have the millions and millions of dollars of legacy costs. So the reason why I made the motion to table was to give our leadership, our minority leader, your majority leader, you, Dr. Carbone, President Dr. Carbone, an opportunity to actually talk to the county executive and by Tuesday, come up with a plan that wouldn't be so offensive to hundreds and hundreds of our taxpayers. And it seems to me that this whole push it through has disrespected the taxpayers. Now, some of the legislators seem to be cranky about what this person said or that person said. Well, you know, it's a tough game, politics, right? And not everybody's going to give you a hug every day. But the reality is that the taxpayers deserve to know the truth. And when we tell them that we're going to spend $500,000, but no, there won't be any impact on taxes, when we tell them that, they're smarter than that. And I'll be voting no on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Baines.
Legislator
Barnhart.
Thank you. As expected, we were told that what is happening tonight is all about unity and bipartisanship. Well, it's not. This is not about doing something principled. This is not about counting our votes and fair elections. This is about a dirty deal against voters, taxpayers, and the county executive. This is about a deal to create jobs for friends, the very patronage that Adam Bello ran against, that I ran against, that we cannot allow to undermine the confidence and trust in our government and the Board of Elections. It was disturbing to hear the commissioners say tonight that they need to hire people who understand election laws and understand technology. One even said, quote, management is bad. Well, maybe that's why people are on medical leave. I don't know. You know, it's the commissioner's job to understand the laws and manage this office. We are paying them a lot of money and entrusting them to understand how to run an election. And I gotta say, they have not inspired a lot of confidence in these last two meetings in their ability to manage much of anything. The problem is not that we need more bosses. The problem is the bosses. We do not need 6 new supervisory positions. County Executive Bello said we already have help. Now, I called the commissioners in Albany, Erie, and Onondaga. They didn't create new jobs to deal with all these laws and new regulations that our commissioners don't understand. They certainly didn't create new supervisory jobs because they already know what they're doing. DOE commissioners who did this were so arrogant that they didn't even bother to create job descriptions until today, that they gave them to us today. You know, this returns us to the bad old days. What's worse is that this involves the Board of Elections, the place where we're supposed to have trust and integrity, not underhanded deals to stash friends and family. Republicans and certain Democrats want this really bad. They want this so bad, they rush this through the legislature. They're rushing the override. Somebody in this room or their friends sent an anonymous smear letter to people in my district. That's how bad they want this. They want this so bad, they're willing to say our elections will be jeopardized and votes won't be counted if they don't hire, quote, assistant deputy commissioners, positions that other places don't have. And the Democratic side wants this so bad, they're determined to not have an election for the Democratic commissioner. I guess we see why tonight. Now, this entire divisive episode is about power. It's about jobs. It's about control. It is not about the people we serve.
Mr. President.
Backroom deals stink. You let me finish. Backroom deals stink. You told me to shut my mouth earlier today, and I will be speaking in this forum. Now, I wasn't invited to the backroom.
Felder has a point of order.
But I would,
point of order, Felder?
I'm about to finish and make a motion. Now, I'm in the room now, and I'm in the room. I'm in this room. I wasn't in your back room, but I'm in this room, and I'm here to say that this is a disgrace. This is corrupt. This is not good government. I will be voting no, but first I would like to make a motion to at least strike the 2 assistant deputy commissioner positions. I will email that motion right now to Mr. Moffitt.
I second the
We have
amendment.
to have a second. You don't have a second?
You don't.
I second.
Oh, you do?
You should mute yourself.
I've just sent it.
Legislator Barnhart, I'm going to rule your motion out of order because what we're voting on right now is to veto the county executive's ruling. So your motion is out of order. Do you have anything else to say?
I'd like to.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
Legislator Morelli, Legislator Barnhart has the floor.
I would like to yield to Legislator Morelli.
Thank you, Legislator Barnhart. If I could appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, we'll have to go to another roll call vote.
Second first, please.
Oh, yeah. Do we have a second for
Second.
Second.
Oh, Legislator Mafucci, I think, came in first. A roll call vote.
A yes vote sustains the ruling.
Mr. President, before you go any further.
Go ahead, Legislator Felder.
You can't amend legislation that's already been passed.
Correct. I believe the president's ruling that the motion before the legislature now is a motion to override the veto, so that therefore
It didn't have to be voted on. You cannot amend something that's already been passed.
Except we have a motion to overrule to appeal the ruling of the chair, and there's a second. So there is a requirement of a roll call vote. Thank you.
Because it's not possible to amend legislation that's already been passed.
We're going to proceed at this point with the appeal to ruling on the chair. A yes vote?
Yes, yeah, a yes vote upholds the ruling of the president.
Mr. Brew?
Yes.
Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Ansello?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Mr. Baroff,
Yes.
apologize, I'll repeat back. Mr. Brew voted yes. Mr. Felder voted yes. Mr. Alcoffer voted yes. Mr. Ansello voted yes. Ms. Barnhart voted no. Mr. Baroff voted yes. Mr. Baines.
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce.
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Delahanty.
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Ms. DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mr. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer.
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hassman.
No.
Ms. Hassman votes no. Mr. Hebert.
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keofit-Lacey.
Yes.
Mr. Keofit-Lacey votes yes. Ms. Lamar.
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee's muted. Mr. Lee.
Mr. President, did you hear me? I vote yes.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Mafucci. Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marionetti.
Yes.
Mr. Marionetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman.
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor.
Actually, I'm going to vote yes. Because I think.
Taylor.
Legislator Unison votes yes.
We'll get to legislation. We'll come back to Ms. Taylor. Mr. Terp.
Yes.
Mr. Terp votes yes. Mr. Wilcox.
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Mr. Wilt.
Yes.
Mr. Wilt votes yes. Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
Taylor votes yes. Mr. Udelson.
Yes.
Mr. Udelson votes yes. Mr. Zale.
Yes.
Mr. Zale votes yes. President Carbone.
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. 22-7. The ruling of the president is sustained.
Any further discussion, Legislator Barnhart?
No, thank you.
I'd like to speak.
Announce yourself, please.
I'd like to speak. Mr.
Is that Legislator Mafucci?
Yes, I'd like to speak. Thank you.
Okay, the rules are, please announce yourself because it's very difficult on this Zoom call. Okay, Legislator Mafucci, go ahead.
I do have that little blue hand up there. I don't know if anybody ever sees that, but that's in Zoom. That's how you kind of get the floor and be recognized. So
Yeah, it's kind of irritating.
very.
Go ahead.
I'd like to give people a hand. In any case, I wanted to review some numbers before I explain my vote. In 2018, the county budgeted about $5.9 million, almost $6 million in election chargebacks. That ends up below the line if you're unfamiliar with the way the county does the tax bill. In 2019, they budgeted $6.5 million. In 2020, $6.6 million. So simple math pretty much tells you if you're going to add $500,000 to those numbers, unless you have some savings somewhere, it's highly unlikely you're not going to raise taxes. And last year, the DeNalvo administration raised taxes 3.11% or $13 million. That's how much the tax levy went up. So once again, I just think it's highly questionable to say that you're going to add hundreds of thousands of dollars to a budget line and not raise taxes. I'd also like to remind everyone that Monroe County is one of the most fiscally stressed governments in New York State. In 2002, the county had almost $1 billion of assets. Last year, for the first time in the history of the county, as far as I can tell, the county's net assets were negative. That's years of fiscal mismanagement. Getting to using unappropriated fund balance. While the county likely has more unappropriated fund balance Democrats has had in the past. The last budget document seemed to indicate it was $15 million against a $1.2 billion budget. That's not a lot of cash. So I just think that adding $500,000 or so in expenses and telling people we're not going to raise your taxes, highly questionable. I don't want to insult anybody, but highly questionable. So I'm going to explain my vote. This evening, we have a choice to make. In my opinion, it's an easy choice. We can choose to stand up for the hardworking taxpayers of Monroe County. We can choose to ignore our obligation to act in the best interests of the people we've pledged to serve. We can create 6 high-paying patronage jobs at the Board of Elections without any concern for taxpayers who will end up paying the bill for their salaries. Now, salaries and benefits, now and in the future. Last week, a majority of this legislative body did just that. It was another, in my opinion, misuse of a matter of urgency. Without almost no public discussion, this legislative body decided to spend $500,000 on these patronage jobs. This was done without any of us seeing a single job description. We were told last week job descriptions did not exist for these positions. They do now. This was done without a good explanation as to why these jobs are needed. In fact, there was no explanation as to why they're necessary and urgent. There was no written plan, no clear management reporting structure, no restructuring strategy. Not one from the Board of Elections was present until we called them with questions. With no justifications or discussion, this legislative body decided to spend $500,000. That's $500,000. That's a lot of money in a good year. But spending that kind of money in a year like this one, quite frankly, is outrageous. The county is facing a very uncertain budgetary future right now, and so many hardworking men and women whom we serve, as are many hardworking men and women we serve. I would say this legislation is tone deaf to the world we're living in, but it's worse than that. Some of my colleagues want to hand out coveted jobs to a handful of friends, knowing that this government is carefully watching the bottom line, knowing that many people tonight are worrying about their next paycheck and all the bills that are piling up. I applaud the county executive for trying to undo the wrong that was done by this legislature last week. Yet, here we are again, trying to repeat that wrong. We do not have any information about these patronage jobs for the most part, although we do now have job descriptions. We've not had a robust public conversation about the impact these jobs will have on the residents of this county. So as I said, we have a choice to make this evening. The choice is clear to me. It's a choice between demonstrating good governance or demonstrating irresponsible behavior. Voters soundly rejected in November. I will vote no to override. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have a couple questions.
Legislator Felder, yes, Legislator Felder.
I just want to correct for the record. It was said that I told someone to shut up earlier, and that is not the statement that was made.
We can get the report.
The statement that was made was that when she was talking, I kept my mouth shut and I asked her to do the same. I did not tell her to shut up. And I'll just leave that right there. And that's that.
Mr. President, this is Linda Hasman. I have some questions.
Oh, Legislator Hasman. Yes, you have the floor.
I have some questions for the election commissioners. Through you, Mr. President, I had a chance to review the job descriptions that you sent over today. You've had a week to think about this, but we got them today. So a couple questions. Do you have any minimum educational requirements in mind?
Why does that matter?
That would be part of that.
The president.
Why does that matter?
Mr. President, that would be a part of any job description.
We don't have no jurisdiction over their job description.
I'm asking about the job descriptions, Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Point of order, Mr. President. I asked a question.
What difference does it make?
That would be a part of any job description.
Mr. President, Legislator Hasman has the floor.
Monroe County is
Legislator Morelli, how come the
I have the floor.
Point of order, Mr. President. Legislator Hasman has the floor.
Tactics right there.
I'm asking about basic information that will be in any job description that you ever read. If you looked at any job description ever.
We don't have no jurisdiction over that.
Talking loud does not make you right.
I'm
Please,
just asking
legislator.
a question.
We don't
I'm
have
trying
Go
to
ahead.
keep the floor. I'm trying to keep the floor. That's why I'm talking
It
loud.
don't make sense.
I was
It was a
talking about your
question.
other.
It was a question. Is there an answer?
Irrelevant question.
Mr.
Okay,
Flagler Mitchell, have you ever read a job
can the-
description?
Can the commissioners please answer that question before somebody implodes? Is there any?
Oh, I know.
Yes,
I'm emotional.
yes, we will,
I'm sorry.
Mr. President.
There is
Mr.
none,
President,
just say there's none.
Mr. President, for the position for information services, yes, we would like to have a individual that has a background in information technology or some type of computer science.
Okay. Do
Thank
you have
you.
anything for the other positions, or just that one? Through
The
Mr.
other two?
President.
For the other ones, no, we do not.
Okay, thank you. My next question is through the president to the elections commissioners. I'm just curious, how will these jobs be advertised?
That's not a conversation that we've had. So I would say we aren't sure right now. I know that we've had, I know that we've had conversations about allowing individuals within the board to consider them first.
That's fair. My next question is through the president to the elections commissioners. Who will these new hires report to?
Well, all employees, depending on their political affiliation, will report to the commissioners.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to explain my vote. I will be voting to uphold the veto this evening because it's clear to me that they're asking for $500,000. They've not thought through these jobs. We had about a paragraph of job description this afternoon. They don't have the minimum educational requirements. We're not sure how it's going to be advertised. They're not ready yet. They're not ready yet. And also, I just think this is completely antithetical to good government to ram through this legislation without proper public discourse and discussion. I'll be voting to uphold the veto. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Yes, Legislator Felder.
Can I point out that there were no job descriptions at the Board of Elections before these two commissioners created them. The election commissioner didn't even have a job description.
Right.
So this is
irrelevant. She was gonna vote no anyway. Just say no. I mean, that's irrelevant. Waste of time.
Through the president, Mr. Flagler, I already said I was voting no, and these are questions that will be on any job description that you've ever read.
All right, thank you, Legislator Hasman. Any further discussion?
Legislator Roman.
Legislator Roman, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I appreciate the floor. And before I begin to speak, I'd love to say that I continue to see disrespect of women in the legislature. And I definitely want to make sure that we are being held to the same level of respect as the rest of us. When we speak, I believe we should have the floor.
You're not saying that I disrespect women, are you?
I would love for all of us to start to pay attention a little bit more. Because it continues to happen.
Ms. Roman doesn't speak for all of us.
No, I never said I did. But no, and I never said I did.
Okay, Legislator Roman, on to the referral.
Yeah, thank you so much. And again, interrupted as a woman. Thank you. But I will continue to go on to say
I think plenty of men have been interrupted tonight also,
yes.
Legislator Roman.
I'll take it. I will take it. But again,
only one has been accused of exploding, Mr. President, and that was me.
I'd like for us to just be mindful of that. So with that being said, I'd love to explain my my vote today. I am voting to uphold the veto because of many different reasons, but most importantly, because we continue to say that these positions are positions that will uphold democracy. We should have an office right now who continues to do what they've been doing in the past, right? So the Board of Elections in Monroe County has been seen as a stellar board. I believe that it has the capacity and ability to continue to do that with the staff that is in place, the staff that has been in place in the future and in the past, excuse me, and with the support of a Board of Commission a board of commissioner, excuse me, that is voted by the people. To me, the people are the most important, and they are who I represent. So I continue to say that we should have a vote. We should listen to the voices of the individuals. Today we received over 200 comments, only within an hour time, of people who were concerned about this meeting and about us vetoing these positions, or vetoing the lack of these positions, excuse me. So I'm definitely going to vote in support of upholding the veto. I don't believe we should continue to ram this through. We say, and I'm going to hold this body and the Democratic legislators that I work alongside. I'm going to hold us all accountable to what may happen in the future when taxes do increase. Everyone I've heard that is in support of this has said that that will not happen. I will say that I do not believe that. So I'm going on record saying I look forward to the conversations in the future. I support our community who is saying that right now is not the time to add these positions. Furthermore, these positions will not be in place before the 23rd. So it's absurd to say that they are needed. So with that, I say thank you so much. And I look forward to putting my vote.
Thank you.
Legislator Morelli.
Legislator Morelli, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the administration, Commissioner Nicolay made reference that there was not support from the administration. And I believe Deputy County Executive McCann tried to respond to some of those comments before he was interrupted. So through you, Mr. President, I'd like Deputy County Executive McCann to expand a little bit on what was said.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President. I would just take exception with a couple of characterizations of the administration's role in this in terms of discussions that we've had with the commissioners and also President Carbone, conversations that we had on this. I will very briefly express those and then maybe ask Ms. Gazzetta, our Human Resources Director, to get into some more of the specifics with this. We had a conversation, Mr. President, about double filling positions that were out on sick leave. And again, I don't want to start a whole lengthy debate with this, but I spoke to Ms. Gazzetta, and he had filling this immediately to help fill those positions. I guess I would look to Ms. Gazzetta but I think part of what's happening is there was a communication in terms of terms and how things worked. But again, I guess I'll turn it over to her. And again, I'm not looking to sort of start a whole nother debate or that, but I would just like to clarify from our perspective what our response was to that.
Mr. President, there was emails that went back and forth in regards to double filling the positions that are out. It was interpreted from our office that it would just be an out of title fill to double fill that. The board, though, I believe, wanted to actually have a permanent person double filled in addition to the person out on medical leave. To try to avoid further miscommunication, we scheduled a Zoom call. We held it on May 14th. The Zoom call went well. We discussed, the out of title fillings would be appropriate, and that, we understand that they have a need, and if they need additional seasonals, they can have whatever it is that they need to achieve the successful election, and they do have a blanket fill on seasonals. And
through you, Mr. President, one thing I think with all of this that's been talked about. You know, the first that we saw the specifics of this was the matter of urgency that was emailed to everybody. I believe it was at approximately 11:30 on the day of the meeting. So that was the point I was trying to make earlier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the administration. Through you, Mr. President, to the administration, has your administration provided more support than has been seen in the past for seasonal workers? And is part of that due to the current pandemic crisis that our nation is going through?
Through you, Mr. President, it's difficult for me to comment on what has happened historically with the Board of Elections being in our role here for this being the first election process. But I do know that I believe that there are 22 seasonal positions that have been approved there. So I do believe that is a significant increase in terms of what was budgeted and what was planned for. And I guess one last point I would like to make is on the Friday before the matter of urgency was submitted, I did send an email to both commissioners expressing a willingness to help come up with additional seasonal or temporary positions, or also possibly redeployment of existing county staff. So I just want to set the record straight from our end that we weren't passive in this. We were having conversations, and we're willing to help in what was appropriate to help their needs.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, I'd like to explain my vote. Mr. President, there's been some interesting comments that have been made tonight. First of all, I believe it's a little disingenuous of the commissioners to say that they're being forced to do more with less. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. Our entire county government has been asked to do more with less. And so while our elections are extremely important, from the sounds of it, the county administration has also made that a priority and done more to supply seasonal workers and even work with the commissioners on full-time positions. So I think even to say, that we need more positions, imagine the millions of people across this nation who have been laid off, who are not going to be able to put food on their tables for their children because of a global pandemic. And here the commissioners are asking for more money to do the job that many commissioners before them have done, and even gotten additional support from the administration. So I find that pretty disingenuous of particularly Commissioner Nicolay to say that. Second point I'd like to make is it's interesting that some of my Republican colleagues think that this isn't a tax increase. It absolutely is a tax increase. It's funny. I was looking at some comments. Here's an interesting statement that was made on April 30th when discussing the county budget deficit. Quote, disappointed to hear that County Executive Bello isn't ruling out a property tax rate increase. I made it clear today that the Republican majority will not support such an increase. See my full statement below. End quote. That was from Majority Leader Brew. So apparently what it was is he was disappointed that the county executive wasn't going to rule out a tax increase because he already had his mindset on a tax increase. He wanted to do it himself. So he was upset that the county executive wasn't going to do it. So, you know, he said, well, I'll go ahead and make sure, and I'll get all of my Republican friends.
Point of order.
So,
Point of order, Mr. President.
Legislator DeForio, I'm explaining my vote, so thank you very much.
I don't
With
think
that-
talking about
with that,
issues that
Mr.
happened on
President,
April.
Mr. President, thank you. I am going to support the county.
Legislator DeForio, what is your point of order?
This is a complete waste of county taxpayer dollars. It is a complete rush through, which those of us who have been here for a while are used to it by you, Mr. President, and the numerous Republican majority leaders that we've had in this body. And I thank County Executive Bello for being the first county executive to really take an action and not simply be a rubber stamp, someone who is really trying to fix the problems that we have, all while doing it during a global pandemic. And so with that, Mr. President, I will be supporting the veto of this bill. Thank you.
Mr. President, can I make a couple of clarifications?
Go ahead, legislator.
So I never said it wasn't a tax increase. I don't know whether it's going to be a tax increase or not. My opinion is that I don't know how you put a price tag on a free election and a proper election being run. Secondly, while the county clerk's office has essentially shut down operations, DMV shut down a lot of its operations, and other operations have shut down in the county, the Board of Elections has remained open. They've had to operate because of the governor's executive orders that forced them to have staff. And even when they weren't in the building, they were working from home. And so they're in a different situation from the rest of the county government. And I think, and like I said, because of the importance of elections to our form of life, our way of life, and our form of government, it's important that it operate properly. And the third thing is, there's 750,000 people in the county. We got emails from 240 people tonight who were asked to email. And I listened to a lot of the names that I've heard before. I noticed none of them that I know of were from the city of Rochester. And most of them were people who already had a stake in certain things. And so when we're talking about this great hue and cry and an uproar, it really is not. It really does not exist. I applaud the county executive for being proactive and sending out the roll dial and making a Facebook post. But the fact is that it is not like the entire county of Monroe has risen up against this legislation. And we ought not pretend that it has.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes, Legislator Delahanty.
Oh, that's Flagler Mitchell.
I'm sorry. Legislator, this is Legislator Delahanty.
I thought I heard.
I apologize. I wasn't clear on that. I'd like to explain my vote, but in doing so, I do have a couple of just following up questions for the Deputy County Executive. He was just speaking with us a moment before, and I just want to get some clarification on a few items that were brought to me by some of my constituents today.
Go ahead.
Yes, is the Deputy County Executive there? Jeff?
Yes, sorry, the line dropped, but we're back on.
Yep, okay, great. So myself and many others in my district were receiving multiple robocalls today. And I was wondering, was this robocall paid for by county taxpayers?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so the robocall that was sent out countywide to multiple households was not paid for by Monroe County government.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I just would, in doing this and talking about transparency, I had a number of constituents that reached out to me and were very confused by this robocall. It insisted that this was a Republican plan to corrupt government, when in fact, we have from the onset of this, the president, the majority leader, the minority leader have explained that we are working together in a bipartisan fashion to make this happen. And I can tell you, I've been with Monroe County now for a little over 15 years. And I've had an opportunity to work with the past 3 elections commissioners, both Democrat and two Democrats and 3 Republicans. And the people that are in the Board of Elections are outstanding. They're top-notch, first-class people who do the job day in and day out. Oftentimes during election times, other times of the year, they're the first people in the building, the last people to leave. And I have nothing but had a positive experience in working with them, and so have my constituents. And it doesn't matter if they're Republican, it doesn't matter if they're Democrat. They treat everyone with respect, they treat them very well, and they are outstanding. So I just want to say that, I believe that this is important, that we move forward with this, and I wholeheartedly support with what we're doing. And it is a challenging time in all directions, and both the majority leader and the minority leader have addressed that. I know it's difficult for all the legislators in our body. We're all facing a lot. We're all doing, less, more with less. And I appreciate that. But I think it is incredibly important that we give the support that is deserved to this department. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr.
Mr.
President.
McCann, to expound on Legislator Delahanty, if that call was not paid for by county money, who did pay for the call that Adam Bello, the county executive, made in the middle of a workday?
Point of order, what does that have to do with what we're discussing?
Because I think it does have something to do with what we're discussing.
I'd like to.
Do you want to?
I'd like to know why.
Don't you want to know, Legislator Morelli, who paid for that? You're so concerned about the taxpayers. You're not concerned about this thing?
Well, Mr. McCann just explained to us that it wasn't paid for by county taxpayers.
Okay.
So I'm happy with that answer. So thank you.
Well, I'm not happy with it. I'd like to know who paid for it. Mr. McCann?
Mr. President, I think I answered that. I said it was private funds.
Private funds, but they brought myself in, Legislator Brew, and Legislator Boyce. And Legislator Boyce is running for county clerk. I think that was a little bit of a political robocall. Don't you?
Mr. President, that's the point of private funds. It could be used for political purposes. I don't understand what this has to do with the matter in front of us. It was not paid for with county funds.
Thank you, Legislator Morelli.
Asked and answered.
So, Mr. McCann.
Mr. President, if you're concerned about this, how come the fund for the Republican majority hasn't filed their last 3 filings with the New York State Board of Elections? Are you concerned about that?
Your voice, like I said, Legislator Baines, raising your voice doesn't make you look smarter. And you do not have the floor. I have the floor right now. Mr. McCann, you can't answer that question then? Private funds is your answer?
Mr. President, I believe that is an answer. It's private funds.
Asked and answered.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the referral?
President Carbone, Legislator Hebert.
Yes, Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the administration, I was unaware that robocalls were going on today. I was doing a substantial amount of yard work. And when I heard that mentioned by many, if not most, of the participants in the public forum, I was wondering, would it be possible to get a transcript of what the robocall was? Through you to the administration.
Point of order, Mr. President. What does political stuff that happened earlier today have to do with the matter in front of us? It has nothing to do with it.
Legislator Hebert didn't hear the robocall. I think that's acceptable. Could he get a transcript of that to the administration?
Yeah, have him call someone. This has nothing to do with the matter before the county legislature.
Legislator Morelli, I've made my ruling. Would you like to object to it again?
I would like to appeal the
So you-
ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call vote.
So you must not have much to do tonight. Go ahead, roll call vote. Yes upholds the ruling of the president.
Sorry, Mr. President, that you don't find democracy important. I'm okay with spending time here.
I think democracy is going to be upheld with a proper board of election, so everybody could be represented.
So that
That's
your
my
friends
opinion.
have proper jobs. I'd
Maybe we
like to go to a
disagree.
roll call vote.
Who's the second?
Do you have a second? I don't even think you could get a
Wilcox.
second. Do you have a second?
Wilcox.
Oh, Wilcox. Legislator Wilcox.
A yes vote sustains the ruling of the president. Mr. Brew?
Yes.
Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Ansello?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Mr. Brough?
No.
Mr. Baines? Mr. Baines?
No.
Mr. Baines, no. Ms. Boyce?
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Delahanty?
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Ms. DeFlorio?
Yes.
Ms. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer?
Yes.
Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
No.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes no. Ms. Hassman?
No.
Ms. Hassman votes no. Mr. Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keofet-Lacey?
Yes.
Mr. Keofet-Lacey votes yes. Ms. Lamar?
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Mafucci?
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marionetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marionetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman?
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Turp?
Yes.
Mr. Turp votes yes. Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Mr. Wilt?
Yes.
Mr. Wilt votes yes. Mr. Udelson?
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. Mr. Zale?
Yes.
Mr. Zale votes yes. President Carbone?
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes, 19-10. The ruling of the president is sustained.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Legislator Brew?
Yes.
But it was Legislator Flagler.
Oh, Legislator Flagler, I'm sorry.
Yes, just due you to the administration, have all the requests of the commissioners been answered yet?
Legislator, could you be more specific? You mean in terms of hiring, filling vacancies, do you mean?
No, any requests that the commissioners have sent, have they been answered? You know, in due time, we had to call because some things seemed like they were stalling a little bit. And I just wanted to know if all the requests that came from the commissioner been answered through you to the administration. And how timely to you and the administration.
Through the president, this is Andrea Gazetta. The best of my knowledge, all of the requests have been answered. They have a blanket to fill for all seasonals. After the Zoom call, I had thought that we had resolved things. I know that the board has asked for additional space, and we are working on that. We've provided a couple of options, and we're committed to trying to find something that will work for them. But as said, I think those are the only things.
Thank you, Andrea. Just due you to the administration, How about the equipment? Is all the equipment in place? But I know I had to call before on equipment.
Through you, Mr. President, what equipment are you referring to, legislator?
Computers and things that the commissioner would have need to make sure that the elections would have been run smoothly and to make sure that absentee ballots are being counted and so on and so forth. My whole concern is about the election that coming up. You know, I'm not in other stuff. I just want to make sure that everything is in place for this election that is coming up.
Through the president, if this is in regards to requests from the IS department, I know that the board put them in, and I also additionally followed up with Jennifer QC to help expedite all of the requests that they have. So I've been in support of all the requests that they've made.
So it's you're saying, through you to the administration, you're saying that all the requests have been fulfilled. Is correct?
I can't speak for IS or the board, but I can say that the things that have been asked of IS, I've supported, and I've reached out to Jennifer QC in those requests as well to back up the commissioners.
Thank you.
Yeah, legislator, I would also.
Is IS around? I need to make sure that this stuff is in place. We got an election coming up, and we need to make sure everything is in place for the constituents.
Legislator, I would ask if there's something that the commissioners are aware of that they need in terms of equipment or anything else. And again, I guess I would hope this is something that they would know that, you know, they can contact us directly with this. And, you know, if there's something that is outstanding, I'm not aware of it right now in terms of equipment, but if they're aware of something, I would certainly encourage them to reach out to us and let us know.
I really think, and you know, Jeff, I got to tell you, if I could give you an award as firefighter of the year, I would give you one, because you've been putting fires out all throughout the county. I truly appreciate you and the work that you does, because you do respond and you really work on getting the job done. So I definitely want to give you kudos for the work that you've done. You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. You know, it's just my concern is, and I'm big, the election coming up, and at the end of the day, stuff shouldn't be lagging when the requests come in. You know, me and you, Jeff, had conversation. I had conversation with the county exec. Sometimes requests to come, and if it gets to the legislature, that's the wrong place for it to get to. I would like to see for y'all to be able to work that out as soon as the requests come in. If you got it, you know, you can't. Sometimes you just don't have it, and you got to work on getting it. But we need to make sure that this election is ran as smooth as possible. This is all about the election. And one thing, you know, we got to always realize, Rochester, and I have to put this on record, Monroe County is ranked #1 for the worst places of African Americans to live. Ranked #1 in the nation. And this here, we have to fight because we want to change that. And doing the same tactics that have been going on for years, we can't accept. So, you know, Jeff, I appreciate you so much. I know it's going to get done because you always make sure that you get it done and you do follow up. And, you know, Adam made a great choice when he appointed you. But I just want this caucus, I want everybody to hear that Monroe County is ranked #1 for the worst places for African Americans to live. And so when y'all hear us fighting, we're fighting because we want to change that. It's got nothing to do with party. It's got everything to do with people and their living. And to make sure that we have a fair election is going to be my priority. So thank you, Mr. President. And hopefully we can move forward and make Rochester not the #1 place or worst place for African Americans to live, but the #1 place for them to come and love and be a part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Flagler Mitchell, and I'd like to say that I expressed your exact sentiment the last conversation I had with Mr. McCann, and I did tell him what a great job I think he's doing, and what a good appointment County Executive Bello made by hiring him. Now, further discussion, I believe Legislator Brew was next.
President Carbone,
Yes,
I believe I had the floor
yes.
before. And
I'm sorry, Legislator I'm sorry.
yeah, I had asked if I could get a transcript, and you ruled in favor. Legislator Morelli challenged it, and the legislature upheld it. Could I at least get an answer to the question?
Yes, you can have a transcript.
Sure, through you, Mr. President. That was a non-governmental matter, and we do not have a copy of a transcript.
Through you, Mr. President, and you can't make one, or you just don't want to share it? If you don't want to share it, just tell me.
I believe the question was asked and answered.
I don't. Go ahead, is there any possible way you could get a copy of that, Mr. McCann?
Through you, Mr. President, you know what, I guess my answer would be I'm not sure. I don't have it. You know, that's something I could look into, but like I said, it's a non-governmental transcript, and it's something I don't have in my possession. And again, I'm not sure where that would exist.
He's going to look into it, and if he can find it for you, I'm sure he'll get it for you.
I'd like
do you have any further discussion?
I'd like to explain my vote very quickly. The reason that matters.
Go ahead.
The reason that matters to me is I listen to a lot of our constituents call in, or actually write in, and be read in the public forum tonight. And I'm very concerned because I did see the live session that the county executive held, and I felt, as Mr. Zale did, that there was, at the very least, some misleading information presented there. And I heard so many of the people that wrote in tonight repeat the same sorts of things. It makes me wonder if, once again, the robocall wasn't highly misleading. And it boggles my mind that we would claim we want to work in a bipartisan fashion when we are working in a bipartisan fashion, having passed the bill that was vetoed with votes on both sides of the aisle, and then have the county executive, who's repeatedly said he wants to work in a bipartisan fashion, mislead the constituents. So I will be voting to override the veto tonight. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Legislator Hebert. I think it's Legislator Brew.
Yeah, it is my turn. Thank you, Mr. President. There were some questions here regarding the advertising for positions, and I do know that Board of Election positions are political positions, and they are never posted. And in fact, they are political positions by law. So, you know, all of the jobs at the BOE are and always have been these political appointments from both sides of the Board of Elections, being both Republican and Democratic sides.
Thank you, Legislator Brew.
Legislator Barroth.
Legislator Barroth.
Thank you very much. Before I get going, I do want to request, and I'm going to echo Legislators Hasman, Rubin, and Barnhart, that we really should not be interrupting each other. And I recognize it happens less often to people who look like me than it does to others, but we really need to avoid that. If you feel the need to interrupt me, please do so starting with the word point of. Thank you. So moving on to this. First off, I would say kudos to the YouTube audience who's still out there. This has been about over 3 hours now. And in many ways, you know, while I'm appalled that we're having this meeting called with our 7 hours and 17 minutes notice, I'm very appreciative of the fact that we've had so many people watching, emailing in, emailing us. It means they're paying attention. What some have described as perhaps being, what was the phrase, highly misleading, might just be simply called highly informative. People who are not experts are going to use the language put in front of them. So I'm not at all surprised that we're hearing similar language in the comments. That being said, I was asked, is this a good thing that we're sitting here so long, listening to so many different speakers? And I say, yes, I really do. I think it's something we ought to be doing on a regular basis. Yes, we should have county legislative meetings that last this long. We need to hear from people on both sides. So just saying that. Kudos to the people who actually contributed and who have been watching. I have a quick housekeeping matter, and that is, am I correct to assume, and this is through the president to the administration, that the suspension of the rules that we voted on at the beginning of this meeting avoids or takes away the concern about having a 72-hour notification for this public meeting? Is that correct through the president?
Good evening. This is County Attorney John Bringawat. Through you, Mr. President, I don't believe there's any legal issue with the notice to the meeting.
Okay, I didn't think there was, but again, I'd like to check because I have to tell you, 7 hours, 17 minutes notice is pretty bad. When Legislator Zale spoke to, and Legislator Hebert as well, spoke to the need for collaborative work, I mean, I would suggest to the majority to not use matters of urgency, to not use 7 hours of notification and then be surprised if there's distrust. You know, if I hear about a motion to create a new positions, 6 of them, that's going to cost about $500,000 a year. My calculations were a little low, but that's the number we've been throwing around lately. Yeah, I'm going to have major doubts about it if I just hear about 7 hours ahead of time and I know nothing. So if you want
point of information, Mr. President,
it better be a good one.
Legislators.
I started with point of information. The legislation that that Legislator Broth is talking about and is cautioning the majority side for was actually co-introduced by the minority side, and that should be corrected by Mr. Broth. Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, he's done.
Okay. Well, actually, I said the majority, and the majority is 15 people, not sides. I did not go down that road. I recognize the fact that there are people from both parties who support this legislation, but the majority should not do this. And if you take the majority to mean you, I'm sorry, that's not what I mean. I mean that people who choose to make this happen. Okay? That's what I'm referring to. But thank you for starting with the point of information. I was very respectful. I appreciate that. Okay. Now, I have to respond, though, to something I thought was really inappropriate. And I'm going to say, and please don't interrupt, that when the president said that Legislator Morelli lied about knowing about this ahead of time, he did not lie. I didn't know about it. I'm the assistant minority leader, and I did not know about this until the day of when we were told from the matter of urgency. That is the first I heard of it. Okay, so he did not lie. He may have been kept in the dark, but he did not lie. I just feel the need to clarify that because that has to be corrected. Okay.
Could I clarify it?
No.
Could I answer that?
Yes.
He accused me of not working with the Democratic legislature, and he knew that this was co-sponsored by the minority leader. So he knew that I worked with the Democratic legislature. So therefore, he lied. Now you can have the floor.
President, I'm pretty sure you read it wrong, but that's okay. I didn't lie.
I've got it right in front of me.
You don't work with Democratic minority members, so I stand by my statement. You absolutely do not, Mr. President. You never have.
I'm hanging onto the floor. Thank you.
And thank you, Legislator Baroth, for clarifying that.
Thank you. Okay, but you, President Cabone, will just have to disagree. I'm telling you he didn't. You're saying he did, but he didn't. And we're going to not agree on this, apparently. I don't mind. We don't agree on some things. Many things. All right. So I also want to talk about, it was wonderful to hear from the BOE commissioners today. They were able to describe the job descriptions. They didn't have the, a paragraph job description is, not greatly detailed, but they, put it together today. I appreciate the fact that, there were no job descriptions at all for any position in the Board of Elections. I hope that's something that the commissioners will do to correct that moving forward. But if there isn't, I take them at their word, and that's not their fault. That is not their fault. Because if they don't exist, they don't exist. But again, it would have been nice to know some of this information ahead of time, not at the last second. Okay, we need to know this. So is there a need for positions at the Board of Election? Yeah, clearly there is. Are there needs for supervisor positions at the Board of Elections? I'm thinking that's likely true. But the process we went through over the past couple of weeks okay, has not really allowed for us to come to that conclusion independently. We can only accept or reject what we hear verbally, not even in writing, with the exception of the paragraph-long description of the job descriptions, not even writing what it is that we're voting on. That's a problem, because we're talking about $500,000 a year. Now, I know, I think Legislator Felder is correct when he says that, there is a cost for these positions, but it's hard to put a price on democracy. He's correct about that. That is a conversation worth having. We haven't had that conversation. We've only had meetings in this format, very formal, with suspicion, because a large portion of the members don't know about anything about this except for 7 hours ahead of time. That's a problem. But I really found troubling, okay, that Legislator Brew said, and I quote, because I wrote this down when he said it, because I was shocked, calling it a tax increase is blatantly false and is just a smokescreen for, and now I end the quote because I lost it, but political motivation, political shenanigans, political something like that. But that was the quote. And, that's kind of ludicrous. This is an increase in our fixed costs of $500,000 a year. Yes, there are in fact fluctuations by year. Yeah, that's true. But we're setting the bar from $200,000 to whatever more it is. We're raising the bar by $500,000, okay, across each variation. The only exception that can be if they're willing to cut the budget someplace else. And I'm not going to ask this question of the Board of Elections, but I wondered to myself, so are they looking to cut other positions? Are they looking to cut civil service positions to make up the budget increase? I don't know. We haven't had a chance to talk about this long term. All we know is in the extreme short term, they want 6 positions, for which they provided rather weak evidence. Now, could they be right? Yeah, but this process has not shown us that. So we're forced to either accept them at their word or not. And that's not a good way to govern. That's why people want job descriptions. That's why they want strategies. That's why they want to talk to people. That's why Legislator Baines is very upset about the whole process, because it's not a process that enables us to trust in each other. Okay. A better approach might have been, as someone mentioned earlier, and I don't know who it was, that we worked with the administration, not just in some undisclosed conversations, which, by the way, I was not made privy to. Many of my fellow members were not made privy to, but apparently there were these conversations about this need for additional personnel. Well, it's incumbent upon everyone to get people involved. They want their votes. If they want them to go along and with an idea that they think is, the people who are proposing it think is a good idea. If you don't do that, we're not just going to say, oh, okay, why not? We have a responsibility to our constituents. I think it is telling, robocall or no robocall, there was not a single person who wrote in and said they they supported overriding the veto. I don't think there was a single one. That surprised me. I thought for sure there would be some. There weren't any. Okay, so this could have been, if we'd worked with the administration, funded at least for a year by the CARES Act. $500,000 that we would not have to account for. That's kind of big. You think about it. Only a couple of weeks, 10 days ago, we learned that we're going to have at least a $47 million deficit. We have to cut positions. We have to cut people to actually do their other jobs that are important. That's not gone away. The commissioners of the Board of Elections said every person there deserves a raise. I don't doubt that. I think they do. But they just are making it, by passing this particular override, they're going to make that $500,000 less likely to happen moving forward, because the county as a whole will have that much less wiggle room to provide anyone raises. Whether or not any of these positions, the likelihood of getting raises for everybody else just went down by that amount of money. That's a problem. So I'm just concerned that we are rushing forward unnecessarily. I spoke to a member the party of the people, one of the group of people who are supporting this legislation. And I simply said, I just wish we could have done this openly a couple weeks ago. Maybe it would have worked out. Maybe it wouldn't have. But at least we wouldn't be fighting and yelling at each other and sometimes calling each other nasty names when we could have avoided it. I think that we could have done this in a bipartisan fashion. or in a fashion that would have, actually engendered trust. But we didn't. This may have been bipartisan, but it sure as heck didn't engender trust. It excluded the administration, whose budget we're modifying. We need to do better. And I know I've been chatting on about this for, I don't know, 8 years, 9 years now, but we can do better. We are not people who have to vote a certain way. We can vote our consciences. And $500,000 is a lot. By the way, making $46,000, $48,000 is a lot too. I mean, I don't want to knock people making that much money, but it's a lot of money. $76,000 is a lot of money too. Okay, 32, not so much, but it is. So I'm going to finish up there and simply to say that I could have been on board for this. I really could have been, but I'm not just going to do it because you tell me so with 7 hours notice that it absolutely must be done. No. We are responsible, not just the president, not just the majority and minority leader and anyone else they choose to share information with, not just the administration. We are responsible. And I'm not going to abdicate that on 7 hours notice. That's just wrong. And I would urge anyone who voted for this referral in the first place to change their mind. Don't override the veto. Let's go back at this. Maybe, we can still go back and have the administration create the jobs and use care funds to pay for it. We could do that. Say $500,000. Not bad. So I'd urge all my colleagues who voted for this, what was it, a couple days ago? To actually change your mind, change your position, and vote, against overriding the bill. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you for not interrupting. And Legislator Zale, thank you for interrupting in a positive fashion. I appreciate that.
Mr. President,
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes.
Legislator Lamar.
Yeah.
Legislator
Oh, I'm
Lamar.
sorry. There you are. Legislator Lamar, go ahead. You have the floor.
Before I explain my vote, I just want to say a couple of things. I'm going to say shame on you, Josh and Joe and Mafucci and Wilcox, for sitting around all of these years and through two commissioners and not asking them one question about their hiring process or their job descriptions or what they do down in the Board of Elections. Shame on you for sitting around this long and saying that. To me, this seems like a clear attempt to kneecap democracy as it relates to having a fair voting process. And to Legislator Roman, you say that you feel as though the women in this caucus are being undermined, but you're doing the same thing to the two women who are in the positions right now. And it's not fair. You don't get to sit around and for whatever your reasoning behind being so against. We're talking about 6 positions. We're talking about actually creating employment. We're not just talking about $500,000 that we're throwing away. We're actually talking about creating positions as well, needed positions. I remember a couple of weeks ago when we had a meeting and Legislator Barnhart said that she reached out to several different commissioners. Erie County, I'm not finished. Erie County and Onondaga County, but we obtained the email and the BOE commissioner in Onondaga clearly said in the email that yes, we need help, but we haven't been able to get the administration to approve positions for us so we can get the help that we need. So we are constantly strapped. This isn't about trying to hire anybody's friends in these positions. This is about an election that's coming up, and there's a dire need for other positions.
Thank you.
And because of that, I am overriding. I'm voting to override that veto. Thank you.
Dr. Carbone, Mr. President, real quick.
Felder.
I just want to clarify this whole thing about matters of urgency. There have been several matters of urgency that we didn't hear about until the day of. And some of them came from the administration. So I want to be clear that this is not, when people try to make it seem like that in an underhanded way that somehow I conspired to kind of jam my caucus with this legislation at the last minute. This is not the first time this has happened. And so, but all of a sudden, because it's this issue now, I'm kind of in an underhanded way being accused somehow of conspiring with you and with Majority Leader Brew to drop some on people at the last minute when this is not the first matter of urgency that we've had this year. And there have been those that have come, not just from the Republican side, but from the administration as well. So we have to have some perspective and some balance in our discussion. You know, this happened the way it happened because it happened the way it happened, and that's that. And this is not the first time that we heard about something on the day of, or people in the caucus heard about something on the day of. But this is the first time there's been a hue and cry about it. Legislator Baroth always asks about, to his credit, always asks about matters of urgency and why they're matters of urgency. But he's about the only one I can say that about. So I just want to be clear that, you know, nothing underhand is being done here. Nothing's being done that has not already been done earlier in this session.
Josh Barth.
Yes, Legislator Barth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to point out that, you know, back in the day, before the current administration, most people on this caucus spent much of their time going through a $1.2 billion budget. And well, nothing much ever changed at the Board of Elections. But shame on us? Sure. Okay, yeah. Maybe we should have looked up that question before. There are many other things going on at the time. So, okay, fine. Shame on us.
Legislator Barnhart.
Legislator Barnhart.
The Onondaga County Commissioner said in an email that he would love to create jobs, but doesn't have the funding to do so. I read the Syracuse newspaper.
That's not what you said, though. That's not what you said a couple of weeks ago.
I said that they are
Mr. President.
You lied. You
Point
lied.
of order,
Point
Mr.
of order.
President.
Do not interrupt me. Point of order. I have the floor. Point of order here. Now, I said
Point of order can interrupt you, Legislator Barnhart, because we have no idea what.
Point of order here. Point of order.
What is
I'm
your
going
point
to
of
share the
order,
emails with you.
Legislator
Why don't you call around to these boards? You can do your own homework. And I'm just saying,
Legislator
I never.
Lamar, what is your point of order?
It's Legislator DeFlorio, please.
Oh,
Here we
I'm
go,
sorry,
interrupting.
Legislator DeFlorio. What is your point of order?
The point of order is that bringing up other counties' structure has nothing to do with Monroe County. We know how many people that have is germane to the issue at hand. The issue at hand is voting on a legislation to override a veto to establish suspicion. That's it. What a county do their business has nothing to do with Monroe County.
Okay, Legislator DeFlorio, I'm going to hold your point of order, and this is going round and round and round. I suggest we go to a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you.
Wait, President Carbone, actually, this is Legislator Turp. I have a question and a comment.
Could you make it quick, Legislator?
I will do my best. Through the President to the administration, I had a few constituent issues. Most of them are questions. Most of them have been answered. Can you do me a favor? Can you just kind of explain the hiring process and how it will be for these positions?
That was asked.
Through the
The
President, is that a
commissioners
question
there?
for the
Thank you.
commissioners?
Yes, sorry, to the President, to the commissioners, yes. I know we said that jobs weren't sure how they're going to be advertised, but you actually have like the hiring process?
So it is at the discretion of, according to the New York State election law, the commissioners of each represented party get to hire the staff of their choosing. The law actually also talks about inclusion of party chair people. So it does, and it takes each of our signatures to hire someone. So let's.
Okay, so what you're saying
someone.
It's based upon election law. Is that what you're saying?
Go ahead. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, and I also want to say that I liked Legislator Haslam's question as far as the minimum education requirements, but I also like your response saying that there are going to be positions that don't have minimum education requirements, because I do know there are constituents in all of our districts that are qualified for the positions, but might not meet minimum education requirements. And then I just want to explain my vote. I had a lot of people reaching out to me. I'll say a few people reaching out to me about questions about their taxes going up, about the job descriptions, and about the positions. And something I told them was that when I took a look at the legislation or the referral, I felt I had ample time to review the document when I got it. And when I saw that we had leaders from both sides, we had a Republican commissioner and a Democrat commissioner. We had the Republican majority leader and the Democrat minority leader all coming together in a bipartisan way to request these positions. I trusted that it must be a true need. And then now knowing that we've been told that the taxes, that we should not see a tax increase because these positions should be able to be absorbed into the current budget. We now have the job descriptions, and there weren't any before, how the board was run, and now we have the hiring process. I do feel confident that I will be voting yes on this tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Legislator Turp. Now, like I said, we're going round and round. I say we go to a roll call vote. Any objection to that? Okay, Mr. Moffett, roll call vote.
On the motion to override the veto, the county executive's veto of resolution 169 of 2020, Mr. Brew?
Yes.
Mr. Brew votes yes. Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Mr. Felder?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Felder votes yes. Mr. Alcoffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alcoffer votes yes. Mr. Ansello?
Yes.
Mr. Ansello votes yes. Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Barnhart votes no. Mr. Baroff?
No.
Mr. Baroff votes no. Mr. Baines?
No.
Mr. Baines votes no. Ms. Boyce?
Yes.
Ms. Boyce votes yes. Mr. Delahanty?
Yes.
Mr. Delahanty votes yes. Mrs. DeFlorio?
Yes.
Mrs. DeFlorio votes yes. Mr. Dondorfer? Mr. Dondorfer? Mr. Dondorfer votes yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell votes yes. Ms. Hasman?
No.
Ms. Hasman votes no. Mr. Hebert?
Yes.
Mr. Hebert votes yes. Mr. Keofet-Lacey?
Yes.
Mr. Keofet-Lacey votes yes. Ms. Lamar?
Yes.
Ms. Lamar votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Mafucci? Mr. Mafucci?
No.
Mr. Mafucci votes no. Mr. Marionetti?
Yes.
Mr. Marionetti votes yes. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Roman?
No.
Ms. Roman votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Taylor votes yes. Mr. Turp?
Yes.
Turp votes yes. Mr. Wilcox?
No.
Mr. Wilcox votes no. Mr. Wilt?
Yes.
Mr. Wilt votes yes. Mr. Udelson?
No.
Mr. Udelson votes no. Mr. Zale?
Yes.
Mr. Zale votes yes. President Carbone?
Yes.
President Carbone votes yes. Needing 18 votes to pass, the motion to override the veto is adopted. 20-9.
There being no unfinished business, Legislator Brew?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This honorable body stands adjourned until Tuesday, June 9th, 2020 at 6 p.m.